All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, August 19th. Two study session items for tonight. Up first is Management Fellow Liz Ramsey and Intern Will Morris here to discuss potential changes to permitting and licensing requirements for special events and food trucks. Good evening.
Hi, thank you so much. So I'm Liz Ramsey, the Management Fellow. I have Will Morris here with me. He's our intern in the CMO. And so tonight we're coming to you with some ideas and recommendations to improve the special event permitting process and the food vendor license requirements in code. And so we would just ask that you listen to these recommendations that staff has come up with, and then provide any feedback and direction you might have for us. So a bit of a background, amending event and food vendor licensing was identified first in the Economic Development Strategic Plan and then later added to the overall strategic plan. There was a previous working group in the last few months of 2023 that had been primarily focusing on food vendor licensing. I picked it up in April. We were mainly focusing on special event permitting, but food vendors are a big part of that. So it also got wrapped in. So we had 8 departments involved in this working group. It was a pretty big lift, but we got everybody coordinated and we came up with some recommendations. The goals of this working group were to identify the barriers and challenges of the current systems, to identify any code changes that they thought might be needed to clarify things, and to identify duplication and then streamline admin processes to remove duplication. So we're here with the code changes that they identified as potentially being needed.
Yeah, and as Liz mentioned, we had a working group developing this, and they kind of came up with 2 different streams of strategies. Obviously, the first one is we're here tonight to introduce this to you, and then a little bit later on, we'll have an ordinance put in place. And the bulk of the work is going to be put in the administrative changes. This is going to be creating a singular application, an automated workflow, combining processes and requirements into one central area that'll be easier to access for both staff and citizens. Once that's developed, we'll do some community outreach with communications, and this will help advertise the changes and inform the citizens. And then this will all hopefully combine on January 1st of next year, where we can get approval for the code and the administrative processes, and it'll all be launched. So this working group identified both community and community and workplace challenges. The internal challenges that were identified was the duplication of processes, which caused a high administrative burden. There's 4 different systems currently that are managing specifically special event and food vendor licenses. And so there's a confusion over who manages those, what the roles are, how the approval process works. As well as you'll see in a little bit, our code is pretty vague and broad, so it's hard to interpret on both ends for what the definition of a special event is and what exactly fits underneath that. As well, there's a lack of centralization. As I mentioned, there's numerous different systems, and this leads to our communication challenges and makes staff take more time up to process these. In terms of challenges on the community level, again, there's confusion if a permanent license is needed, which one, how it's needed, how it should be processed and applied. Community are confused over what a special event is. As well, with these numerous software systems, it's tricky to figure out which one should be used, and through these there is conflicting information. And so yeah, the common themes of both the community and the internal challenges over the definition of a special event, which is what we're talking about tonight, and the confusion over the requirements of a food vendor and duplicated work.
Yeah, so we wanted to come to you with some ideas. So the working group identified the main problem with this piece of code is it being really vague. So it makes it difficult for the community to determine when they need a permit. And then it also makes it hard for staff to determine when they need to administer one. Because right now it's identified as an activity open to the public that an admission fee may or may not be charged for that doesn't occur on a regular basis. So there's not really any guardrails or like thresholds or constraints of when to administer or when to apply for a permit. So the working group developed a set of conditions that they thought if they're included in the definition of a special event permit, it should be defined as one that meets one or more of these conditions. So I'll go through the conditions and kind of the thought process behind them. So the first recommended condition is an event that has an estimated attendance that exceeds 50 people, that significantly deviates from the current land use, or requires full or partial closure of public streets and sidewalks, that interferes with normal flow pedestrian or vehicles. Again, these are just pretty clear guidelines of if you're gonna do this, then you need a permit for it. So that could help reduce confusion. These next ones, if it occurs on or impacts city-owned property, defines the location where you need a permit. If you're gonna have outside vendors, we want that the working group suggested they have a permit so that we can ensure that all the vendors are properly licensed with sales tax licenses. If it's gonna be requiring a state-issued or city-issued special event liquor license, that pretty clearly in my head qualifies as a special event. If it utilizes multiple city services above and beyond those routinely provided. And that last one is to just ensure that appropriate resources are made available. So if it's gonna require extra work from PD, we wanna be able to know about that ahead of time. Anticipated impacts and benefits of these, clear guidelines, like I said, clarification on when a permit is needed, removes duplication. These conditions incorporate components from all of the various permits into one set definition. So there's not multiple permits floating around out there. Reduces the administrative burden, again, reduces confusion, and like I mentioned, allows for centralization of the process.
And then the current requirements for food vendor licensing, there's language in two separate pieces of code. In our code, obviously, it's most of the requirements is license and that, but the International Fire Code, which mainly pertains to things that are going to cause potential for fires, fuels, generators, hood, electricity, etc. So once again, the working group came up with some components. This is a little comparison of what we got. So the cost for the food vendor permit would not change. That would remain $125 annually. When licensing is required, we were going to broaden this from if operating on any street, sidewalk, alley, or other public place, including parks. We're going to open this broadly to if operating in the city of Englewood. This creates a citywide standard, prioritizes public health, and makes it a little bit easier to communicate to our citizens. As well, the certificate of insurance currently is $1 million, but we're going to lower that to $250,000. This will reduce the cost of the food vendor insurance and allow citizens, more citizens and more businesses to require this insurance. As well, the sales and use tax license is still required. We're not going to change that. That will remain the same. And the Tri-County Health Department inspection is currently what we have, and we are opening this up to the Arapahoe County Health Department inspection or any agency that conforms to state health regulations. This brings code up to date with current inspection authority and allows multiple different organizations to inspect this as long as they fall within state health organizations. As well, site map permission is currently required, and we're going to keep it required unless it's a city organized event. Obviously, if the city is organizing an event, they will have a site plan on their own, so this kind of eliminates just a little duplication there. And fire inspection. Currently, it is required to be inspected either by Englewood or Denver with these requirements, but we are shifting that broadly to the Fire Marshals Association of Colorado. This flexibility will be a huge benefit to us if our fire marshal or anybody from Denver is not available. This means that anybody in the state who falls under FMAC will be able to do this. This can eliminate time and speed up the process. The anticipated benefits of this, once again, it eliminates duplication, saving us and businesses time, reduces our costs, specifically the certificate of insurance. It improves our business climate. When we have this flexibility for these health inspections and fire inspections, it allows more businesses to come in, creating a general better impression of our business climate and making Englewood a more attractive place to conduct business. And again, it'll increase compliance, making it easier for vendors to increase the number of vendors that we have licensed in the city.
And then finally, we just wanted to give you a heads up about the administrative steps we're taking so it's not all reliant on code change. And then some things that might come before you in the next couple months. So administratively, like I said, we're streamlining the process, moving all of the separate permits that we have into one singular permit. Beefing up the communication with external businesses, community members, trying to make it as easy of a process as possible, and then again, aligning all of the current administrative processes to make them standardized. We're looking at recommendations for potentially waiving that food vendor licensing fee to create a more friendly environment for small businesses. We're also looking at the current requirement for a temporary use permit for food vendors or special events. Again, these are things that might come to you in the next couple of months, so it's more of just a heads up. But really, we would love your feedback on the working group's recommendations for both the special events and the food vendors. So, any questions?
Liz and Will, thank you very much for the presentation. Member Ward, go ahead with the first question.
The part that I'm not clear on is how the special event process is connected with the food truck process. Can you clarify that a little bit? Did we just tackle
Yeah.
them at the same time because they seem like they fit together?
Yeah, so when you start talking about special events, food vendors are often at special events, and so it kind of gets convoluted and tangled together. And so as we were working through special event permits, all these problems with food vendor licensing started to pop up, so we decided to address them at the same time.
Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. The certificate of insurance, I'm concerned as to why it has been reduced to the 250. And all these things are going through my mind on different things that could happen. And the prices on them could well exceed $250,000. I mean, injuries and damages to property could go over that $250,000 easily. I know that small business insurance it's higher than I would like, but it's not one of those costs that kill a food vendor, I believe. Have we looked at other cities to see what they require?
Yes, so other cities kind of all across the board. I will say this recommendation stemmed from the previous working group. The cost of I think it's general liability insurance that has to be $1 million, like per occurrence. And that was anecdotally noted as a barrier for the small businesses, specifically food trucks, to obtain that. So that's kind of where it came from. We can definitely look at other amounts.
Okay, and then I guess did the working group look at how often a claim may have to be filed from one of these vendors that may, need one of these permits, I guess would be my next question. And if they are filed, how much is the dollar amount, I guess, is something we might want to look at and gauge.
Yeah, that's a great, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can certainly get those for you.
Okay, I guess maybe that's where we could look at and base our decision on, and if it's in that 250 range, great. If it's more than that, I think we need to up that dollar amount.
Okay,
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Liz and Will, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. My first is regarding the special event definition, specifically the one that says it occurs on or impacts city-owned property, including parks, indoor facilities, and public right-of-way. I'm thinking about if it only has to meet any one of these requirements, like that could be a very small event. If I have a family, family reunion of 10 or 20 people and I've rented out it seems like that would apply to me. How do we differentiate between just small normal events that are happening within the parks, even sporting events and special events?
Yeah, that was definitely a topic of conversation. For that, it was actually kind of trying to incorporate the special event and parks permit that currently exists into this one. So that's kind of where the requirement came from. Currently, Parks kind of does it on an ad hoc basis, but we were trying to, again, create a standard. But we can definitely get more clarity on that.
Okay, yeah, that's the only one that kind of raised my eyebrows there, and it seems to me like that's one that maybe could be eliminated and all the others capture everything. I think that 50-person thing will capture most of the events in the parks that you would want to do, and I could see that number even being a little bigger. Second one is on the food vendors. Let's see, which one was it? Oh, the the requirement for an Arapahoe County Health Department inspection. What if the food truck vendor is out of Denver and it has an inspection from the county of Denver?
So Denver, it does not follow the state health regulations. They're exempt from them. So they have a very different standard and process for inspections that isn't quite as robust as kind of the state regulated health inspection agencies. So that's why Denver is not automatically included in there.
Would there be, what if they were in Adams County or Jefferson County, would they be?
Yeah, as long as the county health department inspection conforms to those state regulations.
Then they don't have to specifically get Arapahoe County unless they're from Denver.
Correct, so it's Arapahoe County or any agency that follows those same standards.
Okay, I'd be interested in having a discussion about whether we could accept Denver too, if it's working, is it really problematic or is it just different?
Yeah, the
so
working
the-
group felt that it was, but if we want to have that conversation, we're totally open to that.
I would definitely want to have that conversation. And then my last one was, did we look at, this is not in regards to licensing, but the locations where the food trucks are allowed to be? That would maybe be a different area of code. I don't know if that's in Title 16, then it would be
So
more of a process.
currently, there's not a blanket area that they're allowed, so technically, what I got from community development was that every food vendor in the city is supposed to have a temporary use permit right now, since there's no blanket statement in Title 16 to allow them in certain areas. So that's kind of the situation we're at right now, which is why we're looking at that Title 16 as well.
Okay, so that's another component that we could revise as well along the way. All right, thank you. Those are my 3 questions.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm just wondering if, I think in the past, if a food truck vendor had a state license, that we weren't requiring a municipal license. Does this change?
Yeah, no. So the state only administers food vendor licenses in a couple of really remote counties. They don't administer statewide food vendor licensing. That's kind of up to the counties to administer for the health inspection side. And then it's up to the locality for the overall food vendor license, if that makes sense.
Okay, but if we're requiring duplicate licenses, sometimes food trucks don't want to do that because they're having to repeat the cost in different cities. And some food vendors really haven't wanted to come to Englewood because it's not cost effective to have to buy a license here. So are we going to require every food truck to get licensed in the city of Englewood?
That's what the working group recommended for matters of public health and public safety. We did, like you can see, the working group recommended relaxing the requirements or allowing flexibility for the health inspection and the fire inspection, as long as they're up to the same standard. So if they have those completed, they wouldn't have to go through that process. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is that staff is also considering removing the $125 licensing fee for food vendors to, again, remove that barrier. So that's something we're looking at as well.
Okay, I would actually like to see that done. The the other question I had was on the 50. What if somebody wanted to have a party in their yard? And let's say they were having 50 or 75 people, would they be required to get a permit from the city?
So if it's open to the public, if it's a public event, then I would say yes. If it's impacting the right of way, if it's spilling out onto the street especially, then yes. But I will say that is a question I asked as well because I've come from a really large family. But I think, there's a difference between having a family reunion that's family or having an event that's open to the public. So there is that distinction there, I think.
So if a council member wanted to hold a town hall meeting in the park and you had, let's say, 100 people come to your town hall meeting, would we be under those same regulations?
As it's written right now, I think yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are you gonna test that?
Liz, just a quick question for me. I think you answered the health inspection and the FMAC portion. I'm actually now thinking about the process itself. So how are people going to apply for one of these permits? Is it through a portal, through how many different channels are we providing for that?
So for like the special event or the food license? So for
Either of the two.
Yeah, so food vendor license is going to be one, special event is going to be another. Currently, there's about 4 to 5 processes for special event permits that are currently being administered by various departments.
Right.
So it's going to be consolidated down into one that's going to have like the checkbox option, and it'll route it appropriately to the right approvals.
Okay. Where does it start normally? Does it normally start in the city clerk's office, or does it depend on the type of permit that you're asking for?
It depends on what website they find first. So sometimes it's community development, sometimes it's Parks and Rec, sometimes it's the city clerk's office, sometimes it's finance who administers the special event license that's in code. So it really does vary right now.
So it doesn't necessarily vary, it's not based on where they fill out the form, it's based off the type of permit they're asking for, right?
Correct. So, yeah, right now departments have permits that were created over the years to fill like kind of a niche need that their department had. So there's a lot of duplication in the permits, but they're all in different software systems, all administered by different departments. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, that duplication makes sense to me, but I guess I want to make sure that that process does flow in a,
Yes.
there is a specific workflow based on the permit that doesn't create those redundancies that we're seeing today.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. We're working with IT to get an automated workflow that routes it to the right people.
All right, sounds good. Member Wright, and then I know that the lights are going on and off, so I'll go to Member Camp after Member Wright.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple questions, and real quick, this is Will's last week, and I just want to thank him. Him and I have worked intimately together on a couple of things, and I just want to thank him real quickly before we move on to other things. Real quickly, do we know, and I'm asking you questions that you're probably going to have to come back on, how much sales tax revenue that these food truck vendors have generated for us versus the permitting? I think the permitting is scaring people away. And if we had more food trucks, we'd probably be generating a whole lot more sales tax. So that would be one question that I would have. And I would also like to know what other cities are charging for permitting, and is it as cumbersome, and it sounds very expensive to me, as what we're looking at, would be my questions.
Gotcha. Yeah, thank you for the question. On the first one, I don't have the sales tax number. I do know that we have about 20 licensed food trucks in the city, and there's more that are unlicensed. And one of the problems with them being unlicensed is we can't check if they have a sales tax license. So that's why we're trying to make this easier to boost compliance. Yeah. And then on the second one, with what other cities charge, most of them do charge a fee. Most of them is decently complicated. The requirements are pretty similar across the board for health inspection, fire inspection, and certificate of insurance.
And I would expect those three things, but the different, if you're doing this, you need this permit. If you're doing this, you need this permit.
Right. That's generally not the case in other cities. They usually just have one.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I would love to see it dwindle down to, so
Yep.
they could come and then start, earning money and generating that tax revenue would be fantastic then.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're doing.
We could have food truck parties, so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Member Camp, and then Member Pring.
Thank you for the presentation and the thoughtfulness and proactive problem solving that's gone into this. I have a question about the working group itself. From the council memo, my understanding is that the working group was exclusively city staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was the engagement like with our partners who were running food trucks and people from the community and from the business community? I know that we've had some of their input, but have they been involved in the working group process, and have they seen these recommendations?
So they have not been involved directly. The working group members came with what they have heard from them. Most of the departments involved do work very closely with the food vendor, like Tony from Parks and Rec. And so they all came with everything they've heard, and that was one of the first things we did was hear all of the complaints that everybody's heard, and try to address those through these. But yeah, so they weren't directly involved, but all of their comments have been.
And do you have any plan in this process to take these recommendations to them and see how they react to them?
Yeah, so on the administrative side, we definitely plan to incorporate them when we get the workflows done for usability and whatnot. And so that's our plan as of right now.
Okay, that's wonderful. I think engaging with them, helping, understanding they have some ownership and some buy-in into this process, they'll be more likely to use it, which is what we want. And I want to concur with what the mayor said just around the different websites and the entry points. How can we streamline that and even redirect them as needed, which is something that's really important. But I think this is looking directionally correct, and I'm grateful for it. So thank you.
Member Pring.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate all of the streamlining that's going on. Anything that we can do to make things more efficient and easier for businesses to come in. I just wanted to circle back around to the health inspections piece of this, and I just feel like some of the wording could be left up to interpretation. So if we're making a statement that we're allowing them to have the inspection performed by another county that conforms to similar state health regulations, I feel like that's a little nebulous and leaves us open to a little bit of risk of interpretation or pushback, et cetera. Could we say, I mean, state health regulations are state health regulations, right?
Right, yeah.
So we want to say the same state health regulations, maybe as Arapahoe County, because that's where we reside, or something that would clarify that point. It's just one suggestion that I would have.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I had just follow-up to our previous discussion about the conditions for the special events. I did notice after you mentioned the public event that is a part of the definition currently in code, but doesn't look like, it looked like public event, the public part has gone away in these recommendations. Is that true, or do you intend, like, because that makes a big difference if it's at a park or something and it's a private family, you know.
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe that was supposed to be included. That might have been an oversight.
Okay,
So
so
open to
as
the
long as
public.
that's one of the conditions, that would help a lot. And, just in terms of my feedback on this in general, I'd like to see it simplified and streamlined even more. And, I feel like the recommendations for the special events, it's a lot of conditions, and to make it really simple and really, to really identify what are going to be the problematic events and make sure we identify those without getting into quite so many details on some of this. And then with the food vendors, my thought is to, again, if somebody has jumped through all the hoops in Denver, Lakewood, or whatever, I don't know why we can't unless there's something seriously deficient there, just can't say, oh, they, show us your license from, another acceptable city, and we'll issue you a license for a very small fee rather than paying the whole $125. I feel like that's something that could really simplify it, so we don't have to go through the whole process, and we're trusting these cities around us that they're doing their job. That could really simplify it. It's something I specifically have heard from food vendors, is they've already done this in other places. And so to go through the whole process again for a city as small as Englewood, I think that's what they think. We can go operate in Denver every weekend, and somebody calls us and wants to come down here and go through this whole process and pay $125 for one event per year. Are we, realistically, they say, no, we'll just stay up in Denver where we know we have good business and we're already approved. And so I think being a smaller city, we have to have a little more flexibility for them. So that's something I would like to see, and is just a really simple way to get that food vendor license.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
Thank you. Just one other thing, I do appreciate the mayor and council member Noonenkamp's comments. And when I read this, the whole thing seemed to me like it was making the whole process easier for staff. The bottom line is the process has to be easier for the people that are using this, and staff has to accommodate that. I'm not opposed to making things easier for the staff, but in rewriting this and presenting it to them, you need to present it from the fact that we need to make it easier for them. And we've had this problem in a lot of areas in the city, permits, not just special permits, but other permitting too. If we could make all of our processes very easy for the public to do this, we probably would have a lot more compliance also, I agree. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Member Ward.
I think Member Russell hit on one of the factors perhaps differently than I would have worded it, but the key aspect I'm getting here is the one-stop shop portion. This, in talking to the vendors that I've talked to who either do or don't do business in Englewood, talking about how difficult it is to actually get set up in the city, they talk about how many hands are in the pot. And as easy as we can make that process for them, it doesn't matter how many hands we have in the pot, as long as they only have to touch one set of hands. So the ideal process that I would see would be they go to a window, they say, hey, I own a food truck, I want to do business here. And whoever is at the window that day says, sure, let me take care of that for you. Here's the application, they fill it out, and then that person shepherds them through the rest of the process. And they have one point of contact, one person they can call. Maybe there's a set of checks that they have to do, like prove your insurance and get your health inspection and those types of things. But overall, they have a single point of contact with the city, and that is the person who is responsible for ensuring that they get their permit, assuming that they provide everything else that's required. If we made only one change in this entire process, that change I think would get us to where we need to be. I'm happy to see these other changes, and I'm glad to see that it's looking that way. And I will say this, traditionally in talking to the vendors, has been one of the things that Denver, by comparison, is knocking out of the park compared to us. They say, well, I go to the building in Denver, I talk to the person at the window, they tell me what I need to do, I do it, and I get my license. And that's the ideal process as far as I'm concerned, so I'm glad to see that we're moving in that direction.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Liz. Actually, one thing, because I do want to pick up on what Mayor Pro Tem's comment was regarding food trucks. I actually agree with him. I think he convinced me in terms of, either lowering the annual fee or just completely waiving it. But just the size of Englewood, there's only so many events, so many restaurants, bars, parks, we do neighborhood nights. There's only so many things that we do that would bring a food truck into the city. So I don't know if we can justify the $125 price or the license fee. And there's only so many opportunities that they're going to get. So in order to open up more food vendor options for all our restaurants and bars that are doing that, I would be open to simplifying that process and potentially allowing the Denver type of health inspection. Obviously, you guys still want to do that background on that, but I do want to simplify that process as well. So, and with that, Liz and Will, I'm sorry. Actually, I forgot that Tim actually has one other thing. Tim.
Sorry, just wanted to add, it's very loud, a few comments, Mayor. So, as Member Ward said, we really do hope this would be a one-stop shop. Yes, it would make the lives of staff easier, but that's not why we did this. The reason that Will and Liz and many others invested time into this is exactly for the reasons it's been articulated, is that we really want this to be more business-friendly. We have goals that you have adopted as part of the economy section of your strategic plan that relate to streamlining business processes. You have goals related to community engagement. And so we really brought this to you tonight, kind of, I wouldn't say as an initial step, because there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this. But as you're aware, these are two permit issues where there's been significant concern from users, from the business community, from residents, from local business owners. And so that was really the impetus of all of this. And we know that it could be tweaked a bit, but one thing that Liz and I did talk about today is potentially, if you do want to move forward with it, having focus groups with members of the business community to get more of their input on this. And the last thing I just wanted to add is, as Member Ward said, we really want this to be what I would call UX designed or user-friendly designed. And we believe that people shouldn't know that they have to go to public works for one aspect of it and finance for one aspect of it. They should view us as just the city, and they should view us as, okay, as Member Ward said, I'm going to get it from the building, not from this window and not from that window. And so Liz is actually, she worked with multiple departments and actually identified a division and an employee that really wants to do this and we think would be the best person, but also the best unit to oversee this. But that's exactly what she's been working on, is having one person identified.
Thank you so much, Tim. All right, and with that, Will, thank you very much for spending your summer with us. I hope that you found it worthwhile, and just thank you very much for the work on this as well. So thank you very much, Liz and Will.
Thank you.
All right, moving on next, we have City Attorney Niles here to discuss Bob's Rules of Order. Just leave it at that. I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussion. Good evening, City Attorney.
Good evening. This is the second presentation on Bob's Rules of Order. This was also an intern project, but unfortunately his internship has already ended, so you are stuck with me tonight. When we presented on July 15th, council members requested a second presentation with the full council for more discussion, because at the time we didn't have a full council here, and then more information on municipal code changes and whether we could publish the entire Bob's Rules on the website. I did confirm with CML, or Colorado Municipal League, that published Bob's Rules and worked with the author, that we cannot publish the entire thing online because it is copyrighted. However, we could create and publish a cheat sheet on our website. And of course, any revisions we make in our municipal code to Bob's Rules, we could publish on our website because it would be in our municipal code. In addition, we can make copies available for public inspection because that is required under the Open Records Act. So if somebody does have questions and we adopt it, they can come in to the city clerk's office, sit down and read it. We just can't make a copy for them because of copyright laws. Okay, so what I'm going to go through tonight is some more information on what the motions are and how you would use them as proposed in the Bob's Rules of Order. And we did just have a procedural issue about a month ago, as I'm sure you all recall, and this would have really come in handy, which is the friendly requests. A friendly amendment is something to be employed for something relatively minor, which you think nobody on the dais would object to. So you can just make a friendly amendment, and then the mayor would say, does anyone object to this friendly amendment? In that case, it doesn't need a second, and whatever's pending is amended accordingly. Now, if somebody objects, it's no longer a friendly amendment, but we'll go into that in a minute. Similarly with a friendly withdrawal, and we've seen this among council. Sometimes you'll make a motion, and then as there's a discussion, you realize nobody supports it, or maybe a different motion that's slightly tweaked would have been more appropriate. In that case, you can say, I'd like to make a friendly withdrawal of this motion, and then the mayor again would say, does anybody object to the withdrawal of the motion? Even if it's had a motion, had a second, and we're in debate, I make a friendly withdrawal, nobody objects, it's removed from the table, no longer on there, and then they can make a new motion to better reflect the mood of the dais. This is some questions that we fielded from the original presentation. The floor is required to address the body, and I think you all know that means you turn your light on and the mayor calls on you. That means you have the floor and you can then speak. Motion in a second. A motion has to be an affirmative proposition so that the vote is clearly a yes or no vote. So I move to approve agenda item 11A1. The presiding officer shall offer the moving member the first opportunity to speak to a debatable motion. So let's say I move to approve agenda item 11A1, there's a second, then the mayor says, okay, as the moving party, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, you can be the first one to speak on this motion. This goes into a little bit more detail about those friendly requests. It's authorized only for a debatable motion, and the amendment of the motion is effective unless somebody objects. This is, can you tell I really like this part of the new Bob's Rules of Order? Because sometimes we get into these procedural hurdles and we're like, well, what does Bob's require? This says, you can just say I make a friendly motion, and if nobody objects, then it's done. So let's say we're approving a contract and we realize, we approve this contract for $500,000. Well, let's say maybe in discussion we realize that was a typo in the agenda and it should be $501,000. Then you could say, well, I make a friendly amendment that we amend the motion to say $501,000 instead of $500,000. Does anybody object? Nobody objects. That's then the motion that's on the table, not the original one that was faulty. Friendly withdrawal, the same process. This is a table that you saw in the last one, which provides, the last one being the last presentation, provides quite a bit of information about what these different motions are. And this is something that I feel like we also can get, it can be a little bit hard to understand. So a point of order, point of information, point of appeal, motion to recess, and motion for executive session, you can raise at any time. You're not required to have the floor, and it doesn't require a second, and it doesn't require debate. That doesn't sound right to me for executive session, as I'm repeating what our intern created. So let me double check that. Then a main motion can only be made when no other motion is pending. So a principal motion, I move to approve this agenda item. A motion to continue or postpone, a motion to reconsider, and a motion to adjourn. So if another motion is currently pending, you can't make any of those. Then a subordinate motion can be made when one of those main motions is pending. So I move to approve agenda item 1. A subordinate motion would be, I move to amend that motion to say X. And then if you do a regular motion to amend like that, then it requires a second and a vote in order to amend the pending motion. So point of order. I wanted to provide some more information on point of order because this one can confuse people, I think. So the presiding officer resolves the point of order and uses their discretion. So if someone says point of order, the mayor then recognizes the person, and the person then says, that motion didn't have a second, so we didn't follow our appropriate order. So a point of order can be made at any time. Floor is not required because usually you're correcting a procedure or the order of the agenda. And then I provide more information on when it's appropriate and what it requires. It does not require a second because then the mayor listens to it and says, oh, I think you're right. Would anyone second that motion? But I'm going to jump to point of appeal. Let's say you don't agree with the mayor. Let's say you seconded that motion and you don't think the mayor's right. Then you would then say, point of appeal, mayor, I seconded that motion. And then the floor is not required. There's no second required. And then the moving member that's at a point of appeal for the mayor's decision can say, this is why. And then the mayor is given a brief reply, and then a vote is required, unless the mayor says, you're right, I agree. The point of order is denied, and Mayor Prang seconded that motion, or Mayor Prang, Councilmember Prang. I said I would talk fast tonight, and I'm starting to get tripped up. And then point of information, where you ask for and receive information on the meeting process or conduct, clarification of a fact, or other informational matter. And this is one of those when the floor is not required. Our council policies say you'll wait until somebody's done, not in the middle of a sentence. Ideally, you wouldn't interrupt them unless it's something that's extremely pressing. But let's say somebody said something and you think maybe it violates our code of conduct. So when there's a slight pause, you can say, point of information, I think this violates our council policies in some way. Mayor, could you provide me some more information on that? Or could staff clarify what our council policies require? In that case, generally, then the mayor would take it over and say, staff, for example, could you provide what our council policies provide here? It's not debatable, and it's not a voting instance because it's just requesting information. Okay, privileged motion to recess provides the council with a temporary break in the meeting. So I move to recess for 15 minutes, second and vote. I feel like you all know this one, we do it occasionally. Main motion, again, I move that we approve agenda item 1. That would be a main motion that you can only make when no other motion is pending. The floor is required, second is required, debatable. I think this is our standard motion that we're all familiar with. Motion to reconsider vacates a previous decision on a motion. And this is according to the new BOBs. It's only in order when no motion is pending before the body and when made by a member who voted on the prevailing side of the decision and at the same meeting or at the next regular meeting. And in a minute, I'll go into what our municipal code currently requires. A second is required, but it can be made by any member, even if they didn't vote for the original motion. It is debatable, but only as to the reason to support reconsideration. So this is one where we got a little bit tripped up fairly recently. So the motion to reconsider is, should we bring that original motion back to city council? Not, are we voting on that original motion? But let's say you voted yes on something, and then you realize that maybe you talked to some constituents, and you realize that maybe that's not a good idea. So let's say the next meeting, you say, I move that we reconsider this item, then anyone can second it. And then if it passes, that means we bring back the original item to you. And so it doesn't say that we have to bring it back at that meeting. So if the motion to reconsider passes, then we can receive direction from council, bring it back to the next meeting, or bring it back right now. According to our current code, you can do this at any time, but Bob's rules requires it at the meeting or the next meeting because our ordinances go into effect 30 days after second publication for the body. So if there's a motion that maybe you don't want to vote on, you can't say, I move to adjourn. It's not appropriate when there's anything currently pending. I say that because it has happened. I mean, to my knowledge, it's never happened in Englewood, but it's happened in other bodies. Move to continue or postpone. So you can say, I move to table this matter to a date uncertain, second and vote. Or you can move to consider it to a specific date. And I feel like this is one that we are pretty well versed on. No changes on that. Then the motion to amend, this is different than the friendly motion because the friendly motion just says, friendly motion to amend says, I move to amend this, and you think everyone will agree. If you think everyone may not agree, or it should be debatable, you can, I move to amend this agenda item to say X. And then that requires a second, and then it's discussed, debated, then we vote on it before that amends the current pending motion. I provided some proposed language there. Then motion to close the debate. Let's say you feel as a council member that people keep discussing the same things and no one is adding anything new to the discussion. You can move to close the debate. And then it requires a second and then an immediate vote. 2/3 of council have to agree that we're closing the debate. If it passes by 2/3 of the quorum, then the debate is closed and then you take a vote on the underlying question. So let's say I move to adopt agenda item 1. 30 minutes later, you feel like maybe people are repeating themselves. Then a council member can say, I move to close debate. If you get a second, at least 2/3 of the quorum present approves the motion to close the debate. The motion to close the debate is adopted, and then you immediately vote on the motion to approve the agenda item. So 2 votes required there. Then motion for executive session. And again, I think this is one we do fairly regularly, and we've never had any issues with it. So this slide does correct. It does require a second. And then we take an immediate vote, and 2/3 required. Of course, for motions for executive session, staff generally writes the proposed motion for council. So here's the municipal code changes. This was something you requested at the last study session, is clearer a discussion and description of what we propose to be changed in municipal code. So this presiding officer section that we've crossed through, no longer required because that's addressed in Rule 3.3 of Bob's. So if we put it in municipal code and Bob's rules of order, it's duplicative. So we would recommend just striking it from municipal code because it's no longer necessary. Similar with getting the floor, it is covered in Rule 4.1 of Bob's, so we don't need to include it in both places. Same with rule interruptions. Rule 4.1 says the floor is required to address the body, which means you can't interrupt. And also Chapter 5, the points, and our council policies rule of decorum. So we are already thoroughly addressing that in other sources. I don't generally recommend that we put any requirement in more than one place because then we're asking for an eventual conflict if one of them gets changed. I like to see it in one place and one place only. So I would recommend striking it from here if we adopt the Bob's. Privilege of closing the debate. I do suggest that we amend Rule 5.6 because we currently state that the person that made the motion also has the privilege of speaking last. So they speak first and last. So I would recommend, if council wants to keep that, I think it's a longstanding rule we've had here in Englewood, that we then amend EMC 1-5-2-8 to insert this amendment. Also, this is something that we've had in our Englewood Municipal Code that's not in the old or new Bob's, which is having remarks entered into the record, into the minutes. I haven't seen anyone do this yet, but we currently allow a city council member to direct the clerk to enter specific things into the minutes. And so I would recommend that we retain that if council wants to. And so I've written this proposed remarks discussion entered into minutes to reflect that we are maintaining that provision. So I combined the synopsis of debate into the proposal for an amendment to Rule 7.10 to say we can include a discussion too if so directed. So just combine those, but no substantive change. Okay, and this is the one that I thought council may want to discuss regarding the changes to motion for reconsideration. I would propose the changes as shown, which are new provisions in underline and deleted provisions cross through. So it maintains some of our reconsideration provisions, but also more aligns with the new Bob's Rules of Order. So it amends the motion for reconsideration, but it does state that it must occur, let's see. Reconsideration must occur prior to a legislation effective date. So this would change Bob's that says it has to be at the same meeting or the meeting after. So I anticipated council would want to keep the rule that we currently have, but make it a little bit clearer so that we're not trying to change things that have already gone into effect. So it's a little bit, I hope you have your materials in large writing because I tried to show exactly line by line what I would propose revisions to. And then the rules of order, this is, it doesn't change any of the substantive content other than to adopt the new version. But I found I can say the same thing without a substantive change in a lot fewer words. I try to make it clear and concise so people reading our municipal code can understand that. So that was the goal in making these revisions. The only substantive change would be it doesn't require staff to give to City Council every January a copy of Bob's Rules of Order because we bought you all books. And when somebody is new to council, we would anticipate buying them a new book. And this is something that I wanted council to consider if we should eliminate inclusion of a privileged motion entitled Point of Decorum. This is something the last time council considered Bob's Rules of Order they specifically wanted to include, but now it's included in the point of information and point of order in the new Bob's. And they specifically reference that decorum issues could be raised in a point of information. If you say, point of information, could staff tell us what council policies state about decorum in this instance? Or you could say, point of order, Mayor, this council member is violating our rules of decorum as contained in the council policies. And then the mayor would make a decision regarding that. So I don't think it's necessary to have a separate point of decorum, but this is within your discretion if you do want to maintain that, even though I think there are other tools available. This provision of municipal code regarding abstention, neither Bob's Rules of Order nor our charter allows abstentions. And so I highly recommend we take that provision out. Charter says council members shall vote on all issues unless they have a conflict of interest. And our conflict of interest ethics policies detail when that occurs and when abstention is not only allowed, but it is required. And then Rule Point 4 supplemented, I don't recommend a change there. I just reworded it to make it easier to understand. Okay, so what we need from council, what we hope to receive from council tonight is, do you have interest in adopting these new rules? If so, what changes do you want to see to the 2023 rules? And then any amendments to municipal code. If council does want to adopt the new rules, then we will bring forward an ordinance amending municipal code 1-5-2-8.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. Any questions? Member Russell and then Member Ward.
Thank you for the presentation. So do we have to, excuse me, adopt them by ordinance? Are we required to adopt something by ordinance?
Generally, yes, if you incorporate rules by reference or a manual by reference, adopt it by ordinance and put it in our municipal code so people know what is applicable. Either way, we are required to adopt an ordinance because the old rules are adopted by ordinance and in municipal code.
Okay, I only asked that question because I know that we adopted the last set of Bob's Rules of Order, but I don't remember what we had before that. I mean, I think we were probably using Robert's Rules of Order.
I'm seeing a yes nod by Councilmember Ward. That did predate me.
He's next, right?
Yes.
I'll let him respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward.
Yes, my recollection is that Roberts was in place before Bob's was adopted. I like these new rules. I think they, for as thick as this book is, the examples are useful. I think it'll smooth out our meetings quite a bit. The one source of heartburn that I have is in regards to the executive session rules. As I just briefly looked at pages 140 through 144, which is 22.0 motion for an executive session. When I read through this, the executive session motion is not debatable. And the justification that Bob gives would apply for virtually any city, which is that by debating an executive session motion, you risk releasing confidential information. Unfortunately, I think based on my years of experience following Englewood government, there are times when debate on an executive session motion is warranted. And where the debate presents an opportunity to have a philosophical discussion on whether or not that information actually needs to be discussed in secret, and what the information is, and whether we have adequately disclosed to the public what we will be discussing. So if we were adopting these, I would propose amending the executive session portion to make that a debatable motion, and going from there. There are a couple of other minor things. I don't think they're important enough to discuss right now. I'll probably take some time next week to look through the municipal code amendments and make sure that they all conform, but I think we're pretty well ready. The other thing I'll say is that if we do adopt this, I don't think it's adequate to put a copy on file in the clerk's office. The clerk's office is open 8 to 5, closed on holidays. I would like to see copies in the library as well, which maintains different hours than the clerk's office and is also open on the weekends, and would provide them for checkout to a member of the public who, like me, is nerdy about ensuring that the body follows the rules and needs to know what those rules are in order to verify that the body is acting correctly.
Thank you, Member Wright.
And to add to that, and I don't know if it adds another layer of what our clerk's office does, but are these available for sale through the clerk's office? I mean, or if they could sit and read it, could they come and buy if we have extra copies? I mean, we're doing passports, so there's ability to take money. Well, obviously, the city has the ability to take money. I mean,
Take it all the time.
yeah. I had a moment. could we get extra copies? I'm sure we could buy in bulk. There's plenty of people that'd be interested in this where we may be able to sell, some copies also. Just a thought, more tax revenue. Thinking outside the box here. So just a thought there also.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, City Attorney Niles. Overall, I like these. I like the changes and all the explanation that goes along with them, especially like the clarity on motion to reconsider. There are a couple that I have questions or concerns on. The first one is the a motion is not, Rule 1.5, a motion is not required for the body to initiate discussion. That's something I really think contributes to a streamlined meeting, to be able to have to make sure we have that motion before we get discussed. Because I think you can just drag your meetings out if you're having discussions about anything at any time. I know maybe different cities have different needs and different practice, but I found that meetings that don't follow rules of order carefully, and especially this particular rule, tend to get really long, and you have cumbersome discussions on things that maybe the body you wouldn't even be able to get a second on. So I'm not sure I want that one. I do see a use for it occasionally where we're having informal discussion during council members' choice and that kind of thing. But in terms of I would not like to see our practice change in terms of how we consider motions. And what this describes in here is that a lot of cities will introduce an agenda item, have discussion before they have a motion. And I really like our process where we have time for question, we delineate the time for questions from the time for discussion, which comes after motion. And I think it also really helps when you're considering motions to amend to know, oh, this is something I got a second on. We are discussing this particular thing, right? It's not just a free-for-all discussion. So I like the constraints of that. That's one I would like to eliminate or modify, or maybe make authorize the mayor to make an exception where it's appropriate to have discussion outside of a formal motion. The other one is Rule 2.4, members' unexcused absence while a motion is on the floor shall not affect the quorum until the final vote or other final resolution of the motion. My question on that one is, I like that you can't, just in discussion by leaving, 2 or 3 council members getting up and leaving the room. But would we need a charter amendment to do that? Does the charter define quorum and, in such a way that if somebody does get up and leave, it does require?
Could you repeat the section number? I was taking notes on.
It's 2.4 is the rule. So that's when somebody gets up and walks out on a motion in order to prevent it from coming to a vote.
Yes, we did look at the charter on that, and we concluded that we would not require a charter amendment.
Okay.
It does define quorum as 5, but it doesn't list unexcused absences, excused absences. If someone is here during the start of the meeting and then leaves, charter doesn't delineate that. So we determined we could adopt that rule.
Good. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Member Prang, and we're a couple minutes over, so go ahead, Member Prang. I know there's still a few.
Okay, thank you. So I am fully supportive of adopting the new rules. There are a few things that really stood out to me as I was reviewing more in preparation for the meeting. One of the things that I just wanted to read out loud for the benefit of everyone on council and everyone listening. On page 5, it does talk about the flexibility that some of these changes provide. And it states that rigid and inflexible adherence to rules can undermine the body's camaraderie and collaboration, and may allow the body's more educated and experienced members to use strict rule application to control or stifle the participation of other members. And I think that's something very important for us to be mindful of as we conduct business. So to that end, I also would like to make comment on Rule 1.5 and encourage us to keep that change that's recommended. While I appreciate the desire for more of a streamlined way of getting business done, I think that we get to better decisions with discussion. And I know as a new council member, there have been times where I feel that I'm getting up to speed on an issue, like I've done my preparation and I'm in a meeting and I'm listening to my fellow council members' comments or questions that spark more thinking for me. So for me, it's helpful to have the flexibility to have the conversation prior to the motion being made, because I do feel like there are times where we kind of hit fatigue, if you will, in how we're processing through an issue, and then we're pushing for a vote when maybe I'm not necessarily fully ready to make one because I'm still getting used to city business and how we're approaching issues. So I really like the flexibility that affords and would recommend that we keep that portion.
Thank you, Member Prang. I'm good with the changes that have been discussed tonight. I'll second what Member Ward stated regarding executive sessions. I know it's come up before, so if it's going to be just black and white in terms of whether or not we can have a conversation about going into executive session or not, like I think that there are times that we have asked for a little bit more clarification, so I would like to see that piece of it as well. And in terms of I can't even find it anymore, motion of decorum, I like to see it in there, even though it's duplicated from other things that you say that we could do it within point of order or something like that. But just the fact that it's in there allows future council members to know that that is something that they can do. So I like to keep that aspect in there as well. Member Wright, anything else? I see your light's still on.
Yes, thank you. I just want to piggyback on Member Prang on Rule 1.5. I support 100% what she says as a new member, still getting our footing. I quite often call us the freshman council members. We're just a little more than we're about 8 months in. And sometimes you think you've got it, and then all of a sudden discussion sparked, and we're like, oh, nope. So I think it's important because we are still learning and we're listening, and we want to be mindful of everything we're doing, and that's an important rule, I believe. It's important for us to have those discussions and understand, so I believe it's important for us.
And Member Noonekamp, I think I'll let you get the last word and then we'll go to the council meeting. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one quick question around the reconsideration. If it's until the effective date is what you're recommending for reconsideration of something that's already passed, is there a timeline for something to reconsider when it has failed? Or is that unlimited time?
The rules specifically say nothing prohibits you from bringing back another motion. So generally, you could do it at any time, as long as it's appropriate. We would like to see it on the agenda, for example. The mayor pro tem, or the city manager sets agenda items. So that would be the appropriate way to put something back on the agenda. Or during council members' choice, you can bring it up, and if there's a consensus to put it back on the agenda, then it is on the agenda again.
So we don't need to vote to reconsider something that's failed. We can just ask to have it added back to the agenda?
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly right.
That was my clarification. Thank you so much. And then just to weigh in on the question on the motion and when do we have discussion, I hope before we end up voting on this, I would like to understand Member Prang and Member Wright's comments more. I was also a new council member. I understand the feeling, and also really appreciate that the way that the mayor runs the meeting is, he says, are there any other comments or questions? And then we call for the vote to make sure that people have a chance to say what they need to say and have enough discussion. So I'd like to better understand why the current rule doesn't facilitate that, because I think I might be missing something. And we have asked questions during discussion, because sometimes something new will come up, and I think that has been permissible. So obviously, we're out of time tonight, and we're not voting on this right now, but I'd like to better understand that experience before we do vote. So that's all.
Thank you, Member Newcamp. All right, anything else, anything that's pressing that we have not discussed as of this point? If not, we can probably take a short recess before we get to the meeting. But City Attorney, thank you very much for going over the Ball's Rules of Orders. We will go ahead. Do we need a quick break before we start the meeting? Please. We do. Okay, let's get 5 minutes. It's 7:09. We could be back at 7:14, 7:15. We'll start off the meeting. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, we are now back. If we're able to do so, all right, I'll call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Nudenkamp,
Present?
Member Prang,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward,
Present.
Member Wright,
Here,
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show, all are present.
Thank you. Moving to minutes from the previous meeting on the City Council meeting from August 5th. Any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from August 5th?
I move to approve the minutes from August 5th.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Nudenkamp. Could we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you. We're moving on to two recognitions tonight. The first one up is recognition of Englewood resident Kamryn Higgins, who's in attendance here tonight, for an act of heroism. So the city would like to recognize Englewood resident Kamryn Higgins for an act of heroism that occurred earlier this summer. On the evening of June 8, 2024, Denver Fire Department Truck 38 responded to a rollover accident at 1225 West Bellevue Avenue. Upon arrival, one vehicle was found on its side and another vehicle was located immediately adjacent in the parking lot of Pirates Cove Pool. Multiple parties were already outside the vehicle, sitting in the parking lot near the overturned vehicle. When members from Truck 38 inquired on how the parties exited the vehicle, several people stated that the driver of the other vehicle involved, 17-year-old Kamryn Higgins, immediately exited his vehicle and forcibly removed the windshield and sunroof by hand and began to assist remove the occupants of the overturned vehicle. Kamryn immediately recognized the severity of the accident and selflessly placed himself into the position of rescuer and began to assist with removal of the occupants. In total, 6 occupants were assisted from the overturned vehicle to awaiting bystanders. 1 infant, 1 toddler, and 4 adults. Kamryn's ability to maintain composure intact while rendering aid speaks volumes to his individual maturity and demeanor. Alongside Englewood City Council, the members from Truck 38 would like to commend Kamryn Higgins on his selfless act of courage and willingness to set aside his own safety and assist in victim removal prior to the arrival of emergency crews. It is an honor to recognize Kamryn for his act of heroism, and we are proud to have him here as a member of our community. I know that Chief Watson would like to say a few words, and I know that our fire department is here as well. But Chief, if you want to come up and just say a few words.
Start, got it, okay. Sam Watson, Police Chief, and Kamryn, come on up, Kamryn. Yeah, this is, we appreciate everything that you've done, and some people faced in a critical event like that, they step back and watch. Some people may step back and pull out their phone and video it, and other people get involved and help people. And you took that noble step of putting yourself at risk, helping people, some you knew, some you didn't know, and we're really, really proud of you. And I couldn't thank you more. We also have the Denver Fire Crew, Crew 38, Station 38, and the captain's here from 38.
So again, as the mayor read, that's exactly the letter we wrote to you. We want to see that you be recognized. We do this is our job. It's not your job, but you were involved in the accident. You jumped out, you stepped right up, you knew exactly what to do. You helped remove the occupants, get them situated, get them out of harm's way, and get them to the awaiting bystanders, who then moved them to the ambulance. And then when we got on scene and were allowed to kind of assess what was going on, we kind of dealt with the occupants of the other vehicle. You always maintained your composure, you kept your head in the game, you knew exactly what was going on. And we don't see that a lot, especially in a 17-year-old. So we definitely are here to show our support for you and the decisions that you made. And we want to encourage you. I don't know if you're looking at a career in the fire department or law enforcement, but we're always hiring, and we'd love to have a guy like you. So we really appreciate what you did. You really stood up and took charge of the incident. So congratulations. Thank you. So you want you to have that.
Kamryn, I hope you don't mind. I couldn't have said it better myself. You know, I would hope that more people would do what you did in that situation, but I don't expect it. For you to do it at 17 years old and pick yourself, risk yourself in any type of manner there says a lot. So I really, really appreciate what you did. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to ask us to take a picture with you. I'm going to have members of council as well. So if you wouldn't mind just taking a picture with us as well. So thank you.
Let's go on up here.
I'll take a picture and then get out of your way if anybody else. Captain, I'll both get it. Sure. So careful. Yeah, that's right. Actually, can we get a couple of y'all on this side too? Thank you. It's a little lopsided. Maybe Nancy too. Perfect. Much better. Okay. Okay, one more. The big one. All right, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're moving on to second recognition here. I'd like to recognize as well utility staff for securing millions in grants and low-interest loans for the Englewood's Lead Service Line Program. So City Council would like to recognize Utilities Deputy Director of Business Solutions and Engineering, Sarah Stone, for her efforts in securing funding for crucial water infrastructure improvements. Sarah first helped to secure 2 loans from the Water Infrastructure Financing and Information Act, WIFIA, as we called it quite a bit, in the amount of $60.5 million in the spring of 2022. Most recently, she led efforts to secure funding from Bipartisan Infrastructure Law of 2021 in the amount of $17.5 million. This includes $10 million in grant funding for the city's lead removal program. Additionally, she led the effort to secure an additional $22.5 million from the state's drinking water revolving loan fund to further support the lead removal program, as well as provide additional funding for other water system needs. While Sarah is nominated by Utilities Director Peter Van Rye, Council would also like to recognize Director Van Rye for his leadership in the department and for support and direction to Sarah and the Business Solutions Division of the Utilities Department. So thank you, Sarah and Peter, for your dedication to the city of Englewood and its water utility customers. I do have a couple of certificates. I am going to ask you to come up and actually take a picture with us, council, but if there's any words that you'd like to state regarding just the recognition. Actually, I do have one thing to say, because I know I mentioned this when we secured some of the loans, but the removal of lead within the city was something that we had talked about, for several years prior to COVID, and just didn't think that it was going to happen like in such a short amount of time. We just didn't see the funding available, and for us to be, undertaking this project now here in 2024, like actively undertaking it, says a lot to the Utilities Department for keeping this on their watch and just trying to find a solution for it. So thank you very much for still making this a priority and getting it done in such a short time frame. So thank you.
Well, I would just like to say thank you. I don't get nervous very often when I come up here, but it's a little nerve-wracking. I really do appreciate the support of this council. This is such an important project to myself and being in the water industry. I mean, getting lead out of water systems is so important across the nation, and you can see it's a priority for the federal government. So it was my honor to go after that money and be second in line in the state to secure funds. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Sarah said in terms of the importance of this the lead program. And when I initially nominated Sarah for this, this really has been a multi-year process since we started in 2020 and didn't know how we were going to fund these projects. And to be here 4 years later and to have secured more than $100 million of low-interest loans from the federal government and grants is really, it's beyond what I thought we could have done. And the reason why we were able to do it is because of her work on this. She's the one who is pushing this and making sure that we are working with the right consultant support and the right people at the state and the right people at the federal government. And she's developed these really, really strong relationships with the EPA and WIFIA and the Colorado Division of Power and Water Authority. Yeah, Corpta. I know them as Corpta, but they're the ones that loan the money from the state. And it's really her continued just staying connected to this that is the reason why it went from an idea and a need to, we have this $100 million in the city's coffers right now to be able to address the years and years of deferred maintenance. So I can't say enough great things about the work that she's done.
All right, if council wouldn't mind just coming up and take a picture. And even the acronyms get you, Peter, so it's good to know. All right, we are now moving on to scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting. Through the city clerk's office, this is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation would be conducted in a respectful manner, and council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Member Newcamp, I believe you're giving response tonight, or did you give it last time around? That was Member
We
Anderson.
went out of order.
Oh, did we?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It was me and then Member Anderson and I think you. And
So then it's Member Prang.
we go forward.
It's Member Prang tonight. All right. So Member Prang, you would be giving a response tonight. Thank you for that, Member Newcamp. Up first is Regan Benson here to address council. Hello, Regan, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Topic. My topic got lost in translation through the clerk's office. My topic of discussion tonight was tyrants of Englewood, not city of Englewood. I did have a fairly good discussion with the clerk's office as to how that happens when you ask for a topic and somehow somebody takes your topic and makes it the topic they want to make it. But at any rate, words have meanings. So let's go with tyrants. The definition to tyrants is cruel and oppressive rulers. City. The definition to city is a large town. So let's talk about a large town with oppressive rulers. Here's my annotated version of anecdotal history being made in Englewood. But before I get into this, I'd like to present an honest offer to this council that you should take me up on. If Christopher Cordova and myself agreed to never, ever come again and speak to this council, would you please throw this resolution in the trash tonight? Because everyone, and I mean everyone, knows that you are retaliating against all people because of our speech. I don't have to come here and talk to be heard loud and clear. I just enjoy putting things and seeing things on the record from time to time. So take us up on our offer and we'll never come speak to you again. Please stop punishing your residents because of us. Your residents. Because we don't pay any taxes here at all. We have absolutely nothing to do with Englewood. But I digress. Because I suspect tyrants will instead tonight vote to shut down public comment and lie about why they're doing it. It's because tyrants hate speech that sheds light on the truth. Like Englewood having a tyrannical problem in its library known as the control freak factory for the city. Then you have the PD. While there do exist some cops with a brain and moral compass, there also exists the majority of the New World Order cops of divide, conquer, and exterminate at all costs. Next tyrant on the list, let's move on to Steve Ward. Steve, I see you've decided to begin your attack again on Judge Jefferson. Here's a news flash to temper your tyranny on being determined to eliminate the judge elected by the people of Englewood. You are not his ruler, and he owes you nothing in presentation nor explanation. He is, in fact, smarter than you, more educated than you, and your sparring situation you are creating with him makes you look like you can't control your man crush, wishing you could be Judge Joe Jefferson, but it's never going to happen, so give it up. But yay, let's all watch as a tyrannical majority socialist regime authority attempts to rid of a judge that the socialist regime majority demands total authority over in a judicial branch of government where every judge is elected by the people. Nothing tyrannical about that. Next tyrant, Joe, you've accomplished absolutely nothing in policy or humanity in Englewood. In fact, you've abandoned all humanity now that the gig is up on Tri-Cities, homelessness being nothing more than a money grab for a few of your friends that have produced nothing. And besides all the idiot behavior you display on a regular basis, but please definitely keep looking down and don't giggle. I do look forward to seeing you on the stand, Joe, in my criminal case, explaining your involvement as a city council member, targeting me for criminal prosecution, all because you don't like my documentation of history being made in the socialist regime of Englewood. We're currently set for trial in October in Arapahoe County, so be watching for your subpoena. Chelsea and Othaniel and others, I loved your tyrannical push through of ranked choice voting with no study session. You're hypocritical and tyrannical, but oh well, who cares? Speaking of tyrants and tyrannical again, did any of you know Officer Aaron Jarrett of the Englewood PD sweep-kicked an intoxicated homeless man off of his feet, thus causing his head to slam into the pavement at a velocity that rendered him unconscious and severely injured. This man remains in the hospital in the multi-trauma unit more than a month later, and it's looking quite apparent that all officers involving unlawful excessive force use, hospitalizing 3 homeless men in about a week's time will be getting away with their crimes. Oh well. Nothing new in Englewood. Tamara, Sean, don't screw up that paycheck for yourselves. Why, when did I do a records request, Tamara, for your employment documents, the city couldn't find your application, which outlines your experience and work history? I don't know. Who knows? Tyranny. But what about my part? Oppressive rulers in a large city.
Regan, your 5 minutes are up. Any questions for Regan? Seeing none. Up next is Leslie Levine, here to address council regarding the hookah retail license draft ordinance. Good evening, Leslie. If you could just state your name and your address for cross streets.
Okay. My name is Leslie Levine. I'm with Arapahoe County Public Health. My office address is 6162 South Willow Street in Greenwood Village, 80111. I applaud your desire to address public safety and communicable diseases through the Hookah Retailer Business License Program. However, the public health impact will be minimal with a narrow approach and lack of enforcement measures. My request is to permanently table this ordinance in order to convene a group of public health practitioners, the business community, and concerned adults and youth. That way we can craft a policy that is meaningful, impactful, and an equitable approach to regulation. However, if you decide to move forward with the Hookah Retailer Business License Ordinance, please take the following concerns into consideration. This is a complicated process for licensing and compliance that could be resource heavy and may require a much higher licensing fee than what is proposed in the ordinance to make this cost neutral for the city. The current ordinance lacks compliance, enforcement, and violation guidelines. The Colorado Department of Revenue's tobacco retailer licensing program indicates there are approximately 52 tobacco retailers in Englewood. By researching vape and head shop websites, I noted at least 4 retailers sell hookah or hookah accessories along with other tobacco and nicotine products. There is currently 1 hookah bar in Englewood. A process will be needed to put into place to track and monitor which tobacco retailers are selling hookah and hookah smoking accessories and thus will need a local license. Retailers will need to be educated about the importance of each customer having their own mouthpiece. The ordinance currently states that no other products can be smoked in a hookah tobacco retailer. Vape and head shops that have state licenses for on-premise smoking will need to be educated about this aspect of the policy so that they can determine what products they will and won't sell and what products can and cannot be smoked in their shop. Compliance checks will need to monitor what is being smoked by their customers. Compliance checks will need to be conducted in hookah retailers between midnight and 2 a.m. to make sure that smoking is not taking place during those hours. And additional compliance checks will need to be conducted in hookah bars and retailers when smoking is allowed to make sure that customers are utilizing individual mouthpieces. So the most effective way to address your concerns with hookah retailers is to implement a comprehensive local tobacco retailer licensing program. Requiring all tobacco retailers to be licensed will enable you to track which ones are selling hookah products and which allow on-site consumption. To have an impactful policy, it is necessary to design a system of routine inspections for all provisions included in the policy, consistent and equitable enforcement, and meaningful penalties, and then follow-up on those violations. While there is a state licensing program in place, the capacity to monitor all aspects of that policy is challenging, and that's the reason that many communities in Metro Denver have passed local licensing policies. For example, in Englewood, the existing hookah bar, hope I'm saying this correct, Say Hat Hookah Lounge has not had a compliance check for sales to minors since they received their license in May of 2023. Please remember that Arapahoe County Public Health is your partner in addressing and supporting the health needs of your residents. It would be my pleasure to support convening interested parties to craft a policy that is meaningful, impactful, and an equitable approach to regulation. Thank you.
Leslie, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions? Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, you're not necessarily asking us to add other types of tobacco to the policy. You're asking us, to limit just to hookah in all of the tobacco shops also. Is that correct?
So in my opinion, what has been presented so far is going to be pretty complicated to implement. And so my recommendation is to take a pause. Let's sit down and have some more conversation, review possibly through a study session what could be included in a comprehensive tobacco retailer licensing program, and then from there determine how do you want to address hookah retailers through a more comprehensive policy. Am I answering your question?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Have other cities worked with Arapahoe County to come up with laws addressing these issues?
So as a reminder, we are a pretty new health department. And so for Arapahoe County Public Health, and I just started in my role in September of 23, so I have not yet worked with other municipalities on this policy. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to remember how many municipalities under Tri-County have passed this. I believe it was Lone Tree, and it was either North Glen or Thornton, are two that do come to mind. I know there's one more in Douglas County that has it as well. However, I do have access to attorneys through the State Tobacco Prevention Program, who are experts in crafting policy that integrate best practices for public health.
Okay, and those through former Tri-Cities, those that worked with Tri-Cities, the cities that did, how did it impact those in tobacco or hookah bars? Did it negatively impact them?
So I don't have an answer for that, but I am certainly happy to get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie, so just one question for me. So you're more concerned about the process, the compliance checks. That aspect of it is what you're more concerned of in terms of what may be missing in our proposed ordinance.
So that is one piece of it, is to pass a policy like this without being very thoughtful about your frequency of compliance checks. What is your fine structure? How will you follow up on that? Obviously, starting first and foremost with education of tobacco retailers about what this policy is and why it's being put into place. So there's concerns there, and just it's complicated, the different elements of it with what can be smoked when and where, being able to track which. When I did some research on websites trying to find which of the retailers are selling hookah or hookah smoking accessories, not that much information is available online, so it will be complicated to know who needs this license. So by doing an overall licensing program, you can easily put that in an application to
Sounds
collect
good.
that information.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Anything else, Member Wright?
I do,
Go ahead.
please. Has there been data or research comparing hookah to other smoking type where there's a problem with hookah? And I'm just going to use vape to throw it out there, compared to vape, because I know younger people are attracted to vape. I would think a certain group would be attracted to hookah also. I would think would be I would like to see the data set on who would be attracted to what, and because I think that's the big concern here, is the young people saying no. So I'd like to see the data on who's attracted to what.
Okay. So what I can share initially from the Healthy Kids Colorado survey that's conducted every 2 years, the most recent one being in 2023, utilization or smoking hookah among our youth is as low as it is for cigarettes. When I was beginning to research this, I learned that a 1 hour hookah session is the equivalent of smoking 100 cigarettes.
Wow.
I did not realize how toxic that practice is. So however we know youth utilization of vapes, I will tell you in the 2023 survey, it is showing a great decrease in middle and high schoolers vaping e-cigarette products. However, when you have conversations with people working in schools and youth serving organizations, I am hearing consistently in middle schools, it's about 50% of students. So a tobacco retailer licensing program will also hold retailers accountable for not selling to youth.
Okay, just one more.
Sure.
The tobacco, and I believe you said it was 52 different tobacco retailers in Englewood. Do we know how often they are checked or tried to see if they are selling underage or that type of thing? Do we know?
So the state licensing program requires 2 compliance checks per year. Again, capacity is challenged. It is not a heavily staffed program. Some are getting 1 compliance check. The hookah bar has not received one. Some are getting 2, 3, 4 compliance checks, so it's not equitable monitoring. So the advantage of having a local licensing program is you can make sure they're getting at least 2 compliance checks per year. I'm happy to pull data to see of your licensed retailers at the state level, how many have violations for sales to minors. That data is available.
And do you know what percentage of that tax revenue from sales is supposed to go to this compliance?
I don't know the
I'm sorry,
That's
just
okay.
full of questions.
Yes.
Okay,
And
thank
I would
you.
be happy to meet with you individually to
Okay,
talk more.
perfect, thank you.
All right, with no further questions, Leslie, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right, up next is Chris Cordova. I'm sorry, Chris, I don't have your comment right in front of me, but if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets, and then you may begin.
Hey, I like those new glasses, Joe. Looking sharp. You know, there was a lot of people in here taking pictures in the pews. That was interesting. That's going to go away if you guys pass this resolution. But I'd like to address the use of excessive force from the Englewood Police Department, specifically Officer Robbie M. Ford, who on July 25th, 2024, tased a man who was sitting down on a park bench for noncompliance and verbal opposition. I'd like to refer to Englewood Police Department's policy manual, 202.7, civil disturbances. In all cases involving civil disobedience, this shall be done using only the minimum force necessary to accomplish the mission. I implore you all to watch the video and decide for yourself if Officer Ford used the minimum force necessary. 300.3, use of force. Officers shall use only that amount of force that reasonably appears necessary given the facts and circumstances. 300.3.2, factors used to determine the reasonableness of force. There's about a dozen of these. Let's read the first 5. A, immediacy and severity of the threat to officers and others. I saw no threat. B, the conduct of the individual being confronted. He was refusing to cooperate with his own kidnapping because the police were trying to steal his dog, which they didn't have the right to steal his dog because they didn't do a proper investigation. He subsequently ended up getting his dog back. C, the number of officers available versus subjects. 1 subject, 4 officers. D, the effects of suspected drug or alcohol use. He seemed pretty sober to me. E, the individual's mental state or capacity. You got me on that one. He was quite distraught, but that's pretty reasonable given the fact that he was having his dog taken away from him by force. So that leads me to the next policy, 300.3.5, alternative tactics and de-escalation. When circumstances permit, officers should use nonviolent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of a situation, improve decision-making, improve communication, reduce the need for force, and increase voluntary compliance. Example given, summoning additional resources. I didn't see any additional resources being summoned. You guys have co-responders, right? How come Officer Ford didn't summon a co-responder? In fact, how come the co-responder didn't just show up with the police in the beginning? The police have dealt with this specific individual in the past. He's homeless. Everyone knows that the homeless suffer from mental illness at a higher rate than the non-homeless, and they're taking his dog. No one thought maybe to summon a co-responder? Improve communication. Officer Ford definitely didn't improve communication. In fact, to the contrary, he raised his voice and started using profanity. But hey, again, government, what? They can't follow their own rules, right? But it gets worse. Officer Matthew Stanley, who, by the way, was the one who was cleared for forgetting to wear his body cam when he unalived Christopher Martinez outside of the Pizza Hut, arrested another man who was recording the incident and charged him with interference. CRS 18-8-104, a person commits obstructing a peace officer by using or threatening to use violence, force, physical interference, or an obstacle. It's a physical act. His mere presence cannot be construed as obstruction, and verbal opposition cannot be construed as obstruction. So once again, and actually, let's read your policy, 442.2. Englewood Police Department recognizes the right of persons to lawfully record members of this department who are performing their official duties. So the individual recording who got slammed into the wall and his face was bleeding, had to have medical called, locked in a cage, actually didn't break the law, according to the CRS. But the man who arrested him, Officer Matthew Stanley, did break the law twice. CRS 16-3-311, a person has the right to lawfully record any incident involving a peace officer. And on the civil side, CRS 13-21-128, a peace officer intentionally interferes with a person's lawful attempt to record any incident involving a peace officer. Officer Matthew Stanley, he doesn't need to be reprimanded. He needs to be terminated because he doesn't know how to honor his oath. And he violated a man's civil rights. That's unacceptable. And Officer Robbie Ford not only needs to be terminated, but he needs to be charged and locked in a cage and isolated from society because he's dangerous and he's a threat to anyone who is in the city of Englewood. These are the issues that matter right here. Again, watch the video. It's disturbing to watch. You can watch it on my channel if you want to. But this really is the public health concern right here.
Chris, your 5 minutes are up. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is, actually, that concludes, members of the public, please. Regan, you're disrupting the meeting. You've done this on a regular occurrence. If you disrupt another meeting going forward, I'm gonna ask you to leave the meeting. So with that, we're going to unscheduled public comment. We have 3 speakers here tonight. We have Jan Weipert here to talk about, sorry, Jan, I can't read the last part of it, so. Jan, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
I'm not ready to start yet. Jan Weipert, Federal and Bellevue, and I'm here to talk about cast vote records. Plus, I thought applause was freedom of speech, but aside from that. So I spoke a couple of weeks ago because I was disturbed that you were putting the cast vote records through without a study session. And luckily, it won't go through this at this moment. But one of the things I had done was I had contacted Arapahoe County Clerk and Recorder prior to your decision to put this through, and I told you needed a study session. And what Arapahoe Clerk and Recorder said is they are not currently set up for ranked choice voting. The equipment has the capability, but they aren't set up. And they would need to work with the vendor to upgrade software. Do you know how expensive upgrading software can be? But you didn't check into those things. It also said, I asked if it was more costly, and they said, well, they haven't done any analysis. Again, you're asking taxpayers to pay more money. They said results would be released in about the same amount of time that regular voting would be. But it said they create estimates and ultimately cost invoices for coordination on an election by election basis. So, and what else did they say? That was at the bottom of page 2, and then on page 3, it says that the earliest they would be able to work to run an RCV election as soon as the statute requires it would likely be 2025 or 2026. And our 4 council members, Joe Anderson, who was the head of this, Steve Ward, Noonan Camp, and Sierra voted it through without checking carefully with the Arapahoe County Clerk. Stephanie did check with them, but she was under the gun. You didn't give her any notice. Joe brought it up. It was voted on, wham, and then there was a week with almost no time to go forward. I think, you guys, you just vote things through. You don't take into consideration. You didn't have any coordination in terms of how this would affect your staff or the voting public. My right as a citizen is to vote and have my vote counted. And you were trying to put through something that would not necessarily allow us to get our vote in, registered, and taken care of in a timely fashion. There is a subcontractor that's done an election for Englewood. They don't have anything going. What if Arapahoe County can't do it?
Jan, thank you very much.
No other person.
Jan, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Jan, thank you for your time. Up next is Chris Dewis here to speak about limited speech.
Good evening, council. I'm going to play this video while I'm talking. I've lived in Englewood for 65 years. I will not give my cross streets or address, as I don't want everyone in the world to know exactly where I live. Just like several of you in Englewood Police don't like people knowing their address. I usually don't throw the first punch, but if someone punches me, like in this video, several times, I will fight until they are out. And if you look in the background, you can see they are out. I have never lost a fight. This video represents this. Englewood taxpayers spent a few $100,000 on audiovisual equipment in order for the citizens to participate in government process. Now you're trying to limit our participation. Sometimes using video is way more effective in getting the point across. If you limit or take this freedom away from us, I feel like it is worse than the punches I received that night in this video. I stopped someone from hurting others that night. You are hurting all of us in Englewood if you pass this resolution. I promise you, just like that night, I will not stop fighting the ones that vote for this. Please do not vote to limit our speech or take away our right to play the video at City Council. I'm going to back this up so you can maybe see what happened to the guy in this video. He started a fight with some people, some citizens, and all I did was drive by and stop the fight. And I took several punches, but the guy was out of his mind. I'm going to try to stop it right when you can see what happened. Right there. There he is. It's a little graphic, but don't take our rights away. Please do not take our rights away. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Chris, for your time. Any questions for? Oh, sorry. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Dewis. I want to make clear, you are not physically threatening anybody. You are.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I wasn't physically threatening that guy either.
Okay, I want to make sure. I have one more question. We often have people come in from outside of the city that are presenting, that want to work with the city. Not during public comment, but they're in conjunction with the city, that show AV. Do you think it is right that if they shut down audio video for the residents, that people from outside of this city continue to be able to show video if they're working in partnership with the city?
You're asking me if the citizens have...
If they cut off the video ability during public comment with the city, if people from outside of the city that are working in partnership with the city, should they be able to show video if citizens cannot?
I think everybody should be able to show their video.
Okay, thank you.
It's just a way of speech.
Any other questions, Member Wright?
No, thank you.
And Member Russell, go ahead.
I know, Mr. Dewis, that you've come a few times to share and you've always had a video. And does the video help you to communicate?
It's way easier for me. I have problems with my speech and the way I sometimes, so it's easier for me to spend a couple hours on a video to do it that way. I didn't edit any of this because I didn't know I was coming tonight, but I heard that you were going to vote on the limiting our speech, so that's why I'm here to speak on it tonight. And I think what about people at home that can't hear? I don't know but it's just audio or a video way gets the point across way better, I think. And a lot of times you can't describe. I mean, just like this video, I came here a few weeks ago and told you about it, but now you can see how many people are there that showed up. I mean, there's no way your verbal can dictate. Visual way does it better.
Absolutely. The saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words is very true.
That's what I'm trying to get across.
Thank you.
With no further questions, Chris, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Up next is members of the public, please refrain from applause. Jan McCoy is our last speaker for the night, also speaking on the same topic.
Good evening, my name is Jan McCoy. Broadway and Bellevue would be my cross streets. The last time I spoke before City Council, I sort of walked into something, I believe it was early May, and I had no idea what was really happening. It was just that there was extra added security that evening. Turned out that it had to do with actual council members having used poor judgment on a public forum to express their views. The actual reason I came that evening was to speak against a slew of changes council was proposing to erode the citizens' First Amendment rights by limiting with speaking rules the amount of time, whether they could use video, etc. If we go back, let's pretend for a moment and overlay the proposed changes on that evening meeting as if they had been in effect that night. There was a group of families that had come with children in tow, and they came to speak about getting a cross light for safety for their kids to be able to get to their bikes and walk to their elementary school safely. I can only imagine what it took for them to get there that evening. They may have had to take off work early as a parent. They probably had to grab something to eat fast and hurry to get to speak here so that they could sign up. I wonder how that might have felt to have made all that effort only to get there to find out after doing all of that they weren't allowed to speak because the speakers were too numerous. Maybe they were number 21. If you divide 1 hour by 3 minutes, that would be a maximum of 20 people that could speak that evening. What do you think the chances are that they would have come back on a different night? I think it would have been 0. While this kind of event is most likely to happen when the most contentious of issues are present, that is precisely when you need to hear from all residents without limitation. If you cannot, then City Council is not where you should be spending your limited time. It's outrageous to limit a resident who chooses to engage in their city to 4 times a year. I'm against this.
Jan, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. And that concludes, Regan, I'm gonna ask the police department to escort Regan out. We've had plenty of opportunities here that I've asked her to not to interrupt our meeting. So you're disrupting our meetings, Regan. I need you to stop. So. All right. So we're just members of the public. I need you guys to stop. All right. So we're just gonna go ahead and move forward with the meeting. So we're gonna take a quick pause, but Tina, when you are ready, you can give a response to public comment. So I think I did speak out of hand there, so I apologize for that. But we do need you all to not disrupt the meeting. So Tina, when you're ready to do so, if you're able to just give a response to public comment.
Okay, thank you. First off, thank you for everyone that came out to speak this evening. Whether we agree on everything that's said or agree to disagree, it's always good to have you here and to hear your comments. Ms. Benson, I hear your concerns. I don't often agree with your approach and how you speak and try to get your point across, but certainly appreciate your presence and bringing forward issues or question marks about excessive force by our police department. Especially always appreciate your advocacy for the homeless. I think that you have a true heart for it. I'm not sure that I agree that we wouldn't see your faces again if we were to not address the changes to public comment, but appreciate the thoughts and sentiment of you putting that out there tonight. Ms. Levine from the Arapahoe County Public Health Department, appreciate you being here tonight. Certainly appreciated the email prior to your comments tonight and for you to have a presence here to kind of back up those comments. I did very much hear, strongly your request for a pause to have a more hearty conversation I don't think that that would hurt council to consider a pause, to just dig in a little bit more and understand what we're putting in place. I especially resonated with your concerns around educating other tobacco retailers on what they offer and don't offer, and the compliance piece around sales to minors. So thank you for being here tonight. Mr. Cordova, also appreciate you being here tonight. I actually did watch the video that you referenced, and I had some concerns. That being said, I don't want to wholeheartedly throw our police department under the table. I do think that we have police officers that try to do the right thing, and then, you know, as with any body and group, we have sometimes corrections that are needed, or particular individuals that need to be addressed. I do want to assure you that I had a hearty conversation this week with a couple of council members as well as the city manager around our issue of homelessness in the city, and how that's potentially feeling to residents that we're hearing from, how it's currently feeling to me, and that it is probably prime time when we're making such a significant change as far as our police chief to step up as a city council and have some more hearty conversations about what direction we want to provide to our city manager, and how things are operationalized in our police department. So thank you for highlighting the video. I don't necessarily agree with everything that happened, but I want to encourage us all to continue to have thoughtful conversation around these incidents and come forward with solutions, instead of, you know, having blanket statements made on the whole. I don't think that that's going to get us anywhere, and I'm happy to support the concerns of our residents or people that come forward to make public comment, when we can do it in the spirit of working together to get to a solution that's actually going to help people on the streets. So appreciate your comments tonight. Mr. or Miss Weipert, I'm assuming, I think you said cast vote records. You meant ranked choice voting you were referencing. I'm sure, as you may remember, I agree with some of your question marks and concerns that you had on ranked choice voting. I appreciate you sharing the input that you got from Arapahoe County. I do think that it's something that should be examined further, and fortunately, we're in a position where that will not be on the ballot this fall. So hopefully we can take a more thoughtful approach to making those types of changes in the city. Mr. Dewis, I appreciate your comments on whether or not we should have videos played during city council meetings. I'm not sure that I'm in full agreement with what you have to say on that, but I do hear you, and I do believe that, you know, even if changes are pushed through that would limit or eliminate the ability to show videos, that we would, at minimum, make sure that those types of materials would be attached to your public comment in the agenda that's published, so that it at least is still part of public record. That's what I would advocate for. And then Ms. McCoy, you know, similar response. I hear your concerns. I don't know that I necessarily feel like, you know, council is out to punish residents and completely limit all public comment. I do think that we need to have a discussion on the matters. I appreciate that your sentiment or your feeling is that it is too limiting, and hopefully we can have some hearty discussion tonight to get to the best result for the city. And that is all I have. Thanks to everyone for coming out tonight.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Anyone else? Actually, Ms. Weipert, thank you for coming and speaking tonight. So just a clarification, I know Member Prang just stated that it's not going to be on the ballot this November. I think that that's one of the options, that it may not be on the ballot this November, but I don't think a decision has been made by council as of yet. And also the fact that rank change voting wasn't going to take effect in November, we would give the citizens the option to make it, to change our voting to rank change voting. So we were going to leave it to the citizens itself. So that's what we voted on over the last couple meetings. And I just wanted to make that clarification because it made it sound like we just already passed that, but that wasn't the case. So, but thank you for coming and speaking tonight, Ms. Wypert. And with that, I'm sorry.
Just point of clarification,
Yeah.
I thought we saw communications today that very much clarified that that would not be on the ballot this fall, so that's what I was speaking
Right,
from.
yeah. So
Perhaps I'm unaware of other
no, so I think,
conversations
well,
or
thank you,
processes.
yeah, thank you. So yeah, they're correct. The way that we voted on it in July, I guess, did state that if we were able to get both the GO bond and the citizen questions, that would be removed. But so that currently is the status, but there is still a way to get it onto the ballot if council wanted to take that direction. So that was just, I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but that's still an option. So, all right. And with that,
I'm sorry, I need more point of
well,
clarification.
can we save that for council members' choice at the end of the evening? Because there was a communication about that, but there is, I think we're just now going into a different topic that.
Well, it was brought up with the citizen, and while we have people here,
So
I mean, couldn't Attorney Niles just confirm?
Attorney Niles, can we just state what was voted on in July and whether or not a final decision has been made on whether rank change voting can be on the November ballot?
Yes, I'm happy to weigh in. The ordinance is drafted stated if the GO bond or general bond election question for parks is on the November ballot, then ranked choice voting would not be. So today, the court ordered that the GO bond can be on the November ballot, so ranked choice voting won't be based on the ordinance we adopted. There are some avenues the city council could pursue regarding ranked choice voting to implement prior to the November 2025 election, but it wouldn't be based on the ordinance that was previously adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. All right, that concludes unscheduled public comment. We'll go ahead and go to consent agenda. I didn't see any items get pulled for tonight. Well, I just wanted to just clarify. So if that's the case, can I get a motion to approve 9A1 and 2, 9B1, and 9C1 and 2?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you. There's no public hearing items for tonight. Moving on to 11A1. This is Council Bill 34. This is the IGA for RTD Partnership Program grant funding of improvements to Englewood shuttle services in 24, 25, and 26. That also includes new vehicle acquisitions. Up here is Chief Redevelopment Officer Dan Parumba. Good evening, Dan.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. We've discussed this item a couple of times previously this year in conjunction with the prior passage of the May 20th IGA with RTD pertaining to the current baseline level of services. So this is a bill for an ordinance for an IGA pertaining to the increase in services that are and the acquisition of vehicles that are permitted under the RTD Partnership Program grant. So this is an IGA to basically implement that grant, and then there'll be another item on your agenda for the services agreement with MV Transportation to implement that grant. So given some of the background discussion that we've had since actually the beginning of the year, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dan. Any questions regarding the Council Bill 34? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 34?
I move to approve CB 34.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any comments? I think the majority of the conversation is going to be on the next item, since this is just the IGA, so I will be voting in favor of this. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you. Dan, we have you back. This is 11C1. This is the motion for the contract with MV Transportation to provide operation, maintenance, and support for the Englewood Shuttle pertaining to the expanded service hours and vehicle acquisitions to be funded by a 3-year RTD partnership grant in 24, 25, and 26. Go ahead, Dan.
Yes, as mentioned, this really mirrors the IGA that was just considered with RTD, and is basically the implementation of the funding utilizing the service provider MV Transportation. It calls for a $360,000 max contract with them this year. And it will be used, the bulk of that will be used to acquire 2 new vehicles that are essentially replacements for the current vehicles on the fixed route system. The nice thing about this is it allows for a significant increase in service hours. Basically, increases service hours 28.5 hours per week, which is an increase of about 47%. So it'll really increase the vehicle or the service availability to citizens, and significantly it'll add 11 hours of service on Saturday. So that should really be an enhancement of the convenience that's offered through the shuttle, which, as you know, is being renamed to BERT, and that will be rolled out once we know the implementation date for the new vehicles. That'll be rolled out with an information program for the public. Should be fairly robust through the city's communication department in collaboration with the EDDA. So again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dan. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Was there research done to know that this would meet the parameters? And I think, if I remember correctly, I don't remember if it was in this one or the previous one, that we're required to have a ridership of 10 rides per hour. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of what the specifics are. I know we've had discussion about the ridership with RTD. We submitted monthly ridership numbers to RTD through MV, and as far as I know, they've all been satisfactory.
Okay, so I guess my question was, if we don't meet that ridership parameters, then we would cut back on hours again?
I'm not actually aware of what the minimum ridership requirement is, but as we add that significant number of hours, there's a good chance that, especially while we're starting up the service for the additional hours, that we won't meet 10 hours or 10 riders per hour consistently through that entire time period. But RTD, as it pertains to this grant, as well as their funding of the baseline service, they've been really bent over backwards to work with us. So it would be really hard to imagine that they would draw any minimum requirement.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Dan, quick question regarding what's our annual outlay? Is our annual outlay 300,000, 60,000 additional from EDDA? Am I understanding that correctly?
The budget for under the grant is $360,000. That'll be comprised of $300,000 of pure grant allocation from RTD, and then there's a $60,000 local match. In 2024, this year, that'll be met with $50,000 from EDDA and $10,000 from the city. And then in the next 2 years of the grant, it's expected that $60,000 will be probably split 50-50 between the city and the DDA. And just a word of note, since the IGA with RTD and their contract was kind of late coming together, the 360,000 will be part of a supplemental budget request later this year.
So I think this is my confusion, Dan, because you're saying that our outlay for this year is only $10,000.
Correct.
In past years, our outlay has been about $100,000 or a little bit more than that, has it not?
Correct, and that's for the baseline level of service.
Okay.
So that was addressed in the IGA that was passed in May. And you're right, I think that was about 95,000 from the city. And then the big bulk of the total operating costs being made up by RTD.
Okay, so that does not supersede what we passed in May. So we are expected to have that additional outlay every year of 95,000 or whatever it happens to be each year. So
Yeah,
that stays in place.
That'll stay the same. And
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
there's really two IGAs.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Dan. Member Prang.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to make sure I understand what we can and can't do under the grant. So for now, we've expanded the hours of service. We haven't changed the route at all.
No, the fixed route stays the same.
Okay.
It's a relevant question as it relates to any surplus that we may have. To the extent that we don't use the entire 360,000 annually in this year, 2025 and 2026, there's a good chance that we may use any surplus to implement some on-demand service and or applications to enhance the convenience of the service.
Yeah, I noticed that in part of the packet from past information, and the reason that I was asking the question was around the address hotspot of Kent Place. And so would we, if we were not fully utilizing the hours or seeing ridership during those expanded hours, could we shift some and try to expand the route down a little bit further? I'm just thinking, like, there would be more ridership along the route, even into those longer hours, if we could stretch down further and capture riders that may, be coming home late from work and need to get off the light rail and get back over to their homes in Kent Place.
Yeah, I think we have a great deal of flexibility with RTD over the entire 3-year grant term to look at changes in the fixed route.
Okay.
Adding, convenience through on-demand and some applications that can let riders know where the two vehicles are on the route, which would help in a lot of cases.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Oh, go ahead, Member Wright.
Permanent light on. Thank you. My concern is with the ongoing with 25 and 26. RTD has had some financial issues. Their ridership is down, the income that they're receiving is down. So what if they're not able to meet their end of this contract? And we're stuck with a huge financial obligation in the 25 or 26 part of this contract. I mean, what is our options there, or has there been discussions about that? Because RTD's been in big trouble, and I'm sure, this amount of money is a drop in the bucket for them, but it's a lot of money for us.
I would say the answer is in part, this is really an important route for them, the shuttle service. It's been among the highest performers for them in terms of local shuttle service routes that serve both the bus routes as well as light rail. So I think it'll continue to be important for them. Probably a better answer to your question is that I think our assessment was that most of it, if not all, is funding is federal It's already approved. It's in essence already in the bank.
Through
So so that the risk associated with it is probably less than other RTD funds.
Okay, okay.
And they're continuing to roll out the partnership program grants to utilize the federal funding that they have available.
Okay, perfect. And I would, so the shuttle kind of feeds into people taking the light rail and other buses and stuff. That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
Move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Prank. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I just wanted to speak a little bit to Member Wright's question about funding. All of our contracts that are multi-year based upon Colorado law include a Tabor clause, which provides for an annual renewal of the contract, but under Tabor, the city can't enter into a multi-year fiscal obligation without consent of the voters. So in the event that funding were to fall through, we could activate the Tabor clause and potentially cancel the contract.
Thank you for that bit of education.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And I think that I'm very appreciative of the extended hours because I think it's going to help Swedish Hospital quite a bit. Because that was their concern, especially between shift changes of their employees being able to get even to the parking lot. So I appreciate this and thank you for moving it forward.
Yeah, Dan, thank you very much for all the work that you've done on this, you and staff. Yeah, I agree with the extended hours for Swedish and Craig, but also just the aging population that we have in Englewood is a big user of what is now BERT. So really looking forward to the expanded hours and what it could bring to Englewood. So thank you so much for the work on this. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much, Dan. Up next is 11C2. This is City Attorney Niles here to talk about amendments to council policies regarding, just our council policies and public comments. So.
Thank you, Mayor. This isn't the first time we brought council policies to City Council. We discussed it on March 11, again in April, and then it's just taken a bit of time to research some of the issues that council raised the last time and then bring it back to City Council. Council policies are adopted by motion and approved by council by a majority vote. And changes to public comment policies also required a change to municipal code that we had already made. The proposed council policies before you address multiple issues, and so I will go through each one in a slide. So for public comment, the proposed policy that council has discussed several times is limiting public comment to 3 minutes per speaker, 60 minutes total. So we would kind of budget time-wise for an hour total of public comment, hour maximum. We would start the clock when the person starts speaking. They would speak in order of sign up unless they spoke in the last 90 days. If someone already spoke in the last 90 days, they would be at the bottom of the list. So then if there's more than an hour of public comment, then they wouldn't be able to speak that night. But if they signed up at least every 90 days, the same person would be able to speak. The council policies propose no AV materials for any speakers because it's public comment spoken. And no electronic materials. It would require the person to provide their first name and last name and address information to the city clerk prior to coming up to the podium to speak. And the policies clarify that if they refuse to provide that, that's fine, but they won't be recognized to speak because our municipal code requires people to provide it. Address information specifically is their address or cross streets if they live in the city of Englewood. Otherwise, it's their city of residence. They don't have to provide their address if they live somewhere in California, for example. It also authorizes the city clerk to treat as confidential address information if somebody has expressed to the city clerk a safety concern, specifically victims of domestic violence or somebody that may fear retaliation. They don't have to provide their specific, well, they have to provide to the clerk their specific address information, but it won't be announced publicly at the council meeting to provide a measure of safety. Now, it could be possible under Open Records Act that the city does have to produce that, but in that case, we would take every reasonable measure to protect people that have a safety concern. Also clarifies that only written materials and nothing else may be provided to council by a speaker. Then recording during meetings. There are some distractions with flash photography or maybe an audience speaking into a camera, and cameras and recorders set up and removed during city council business. Equipment can also block staff and meeting attendees, especially when it's on tables in front of us when we're trying to look at the screen or look at council. Equipment cords can create tripping hazards. So for these reasons, the council policies proposes that any recording be done in the alcove in the back of city council chambers. You can see our table marked media to give you an idea of where that is. Apparently it was built specifically for that purpose, for people to set up cameras. And it also prohibits flash photography, and the only exception would be immediately after our council recognition. Like today, if a parent wants to come up and take a photo of their son being recognized, that would be appropriate. Also some clarifications to align with our current practices. We have a conflict between municipal code and policies regarding the council meeting holiday schedule, so we resolve that. Clarify that council members may waive for themselves written notice of a special meeting. Currently under code, it allegedly may require, if someone's not at a meeting, that a member of city staff has to physically track them down and hand them a written notice of meeting, when in today's day and age, it's all done electronically. So this clarifies that is perfectly fine. A council member can say electronic notice is sufficient for me. You don't have to track me down and hand me a written notice. It also clarifies that no person may disrupt a meeting in any way, not just through boo, clap, yell, and speak. This aligns with state law that prohibits interruptions and disruptions of city council meetings and city council business. It also formalizes our current procedure for meeting cancellation and rescheduling, such that study sessions and special meetings are canceled by announcement. For example, we have occasionally realized we didn't have anything scheduled for a study session, and the mayor announces there won't be a study session. So this just formalizes that that's okay to do. And a regular meeting is canceled through a resolution if feasible. Of course, if we do cancel a regular meeting, charter requires us to have 2 meetings a month. So that generally would require that then we designate a study session to be a regular meeting. So it won't eliminate the 2 meetings a month, but sometimes for scheduling, we may have to cancel the regularly scheduled regular meeting. So changes from the last presentation, some new clarifications to align with current practice. It clarifies that regular annual city grant applications don't require prior council approval. The grant policy was something new that we added last year, and staff wasn't ever sure when council wanted to see grant applications. But if something that staff has applied for and received every single year, we would recommend that we not bring that to council because it's been approved every single year. Now, it would still require, if there's a grant agreement that with another government entity for a joint venture, we are still required to bring that contract to city council. So city council would still weigh in on that. It just wouldn't be prior approval of the application. It also clarifies that city council members may receive city insurance benefits if it's allowed under city insurance policies. We had an issue come up and city staff wasn't sure. We understood at one point city council members were specifically offered insurance. At one point they weren't. So we did some investigation with human resources, and it appears that city council members have had insurance in the past, and it appears that our policy likely would allow that. And so we just clarified that if our policy allows it, then city council members then can and possibly do receive coverage under our city health insurance. Then revision of public comment to align with the April 15 council discussion. We removed the proposal to eliminate online public comment. As proposed then, online public comment would be allowed. We also revised it to state we start the clock when someone starts speaking, not when the mayor calls their name. We had some discussion on that, and especially if someone's with limited mobility, it could potentially take them a minute or two to get up to the podium, and we didn't, and I know council didn't want to impact their ability for their full time to speak. And then we also eliminated the audio video materials option and limited public comment to comment only, as that was a council direction on April 15th. I did touch on a few other additions, and I'll just go back to that because they weren't on the slide, about the providing the information to the city clerk before public comment, and then if you've provided it all, then you'll be called to speak. That is new, and the authorizing the city clerk to treat confidential information for safety concerns. That's also new. I didn't put it separately on that slide because I had specifically listed it on this slide instead. With that, I would welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you so much, City Attorney Niles. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
You know, years ago, this probably was maybe even seven years ago, the council did change the policy, whether it was codified in code or not, because it was becoming more and more dangerous in the city, and people were afraid to give their address. So at that time, council decided that if people wanted to give their district, that they could give their district. I have a problem with having to have the city clerk have their address. What are we doing? Checking whether they live in the city or not? We're not trusting people? Why are we doing that? I agree with not requiring them to give their address, because I do believe it is a safety issue and we need to be cognizant of the citizens' safety.
I'm happy to respond.
Okay.
Municipal code requires people to provide their address, cross streets, or city if outside of Englewood. So those are the three things that by municipal code are allowed. The issue we're running into is people are refusing to do that. And enforcement is a little bit difficult. Once we've called them up to the podium to speak, then they have a right to speak under the First Amendment. However, if doing so without providing that information is in violation of our municipal code. So we discussed, well, how's a way we can ensure someone complies with that requirement of municipal code? And that's when they sign up to speak, they have to provide it, rather than when they come to the podium, they have to provide it. So it's providing it ahead of time so that then we know they've complied with municipal code and therefore we can call them to speak. That was the reason behind it.
Or can we change the municipal code?
We sure can.
I think that makes more sense than this. The other thing is we're doing away with scheduled public comment, so people really don't have to sign up. They can just come in and put their name on the list.
If I were a speaker, I would want to sign up ahead of time because I don't want to be the 21st person that signs up in this meeting and then doesn't get to speak. So I would still sign up ahead of time to ensure that I'm in that first 20 so that I would be speaking that night. But certainly wouldn't be required. People would take that risk if they chose not to sign up ahead of time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, my question, and thank you for the presentation, City Attorney Niles. My question is just about the First Amendment in general, because I want to be careful not to violate the First Amendment in any way. What does the First Amendment require of us in terms of public comment?
So the First Amendment doesn't require public comment at all. Nobody has a right to speak during city council meetings. The purpose of city council meetings is to conduct city business. So any public comment is at the discretion of city council. You decide if people come up here and speak to you in person during city council meetings. Once you do allow it though, once you call somebody up to the podium to speak, then we don't regulate content. There are types of speech that aren't protected by the First Amendment. For example, someone couldn't
come up here and yell fire and cause disarray and everyone run and scream. I mean, things like that, yelling fire into a movie theater is a classic example that people say is not protected by the First Amendment. People couldn't come up here and threaten you with your safety, make a credible, reasonable threat for your safety. That's not protected by the First Amendment. But generally, unless they're violating a law during public comment, we don't regulate content at all. Once we allow it, we open the doors.
And have we done research on what other cities, and I think we did, it's been a while since we've looked at this, but there were other cities we looked into and what they do in the metro area and.
Yes, we looked at it extensively.
Okay.
From what we found, we have the most expansive and liberal public comment policy of almost any city we found in the state of Colorado. We provide more time, fewer limitations, and really invite people to come in and speak to you because City Council has been adamant that you want to hear from people, you want to hear from your constituents. And so we did present that, I believe, at the March 11th study session. I'm not sure if I attached it to your agenda packet or not. This agenda item was completed quite some time ago. So we've been waiting for a time when we could fit it in. So I'm happy to send that back out to council, though. I can easily email it after this meeting.
Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Thank you. You've had a busy day, and thank you, your office and the clerk's office, for everything you guys have done. I guess, in the words of what Member Ward would say, some of this gives me heartburn. Who's to say that someone would just call and say, I'm skeptical of giving my information because I'm a victim, I'm a witness. I fear giving my address or information because of retaliation. So you said address, cross streets, or city?
If outside of the city of Englewood.
Outside. So I could recall when Member Ward was Mayor Pro Tem holding council sessions as acting mayor, and he would say district. I liked that, and people were saying that. And then what really, if someone is an actual victim, because you could have everybody signing up saying I'm a victim or I'm a witness to a crime and I don't want my address out there, but then people could end up core requesting, like you said. I mean, that information's out there. To me, sign-up sheet, district or cross streets, and then we're good. It's all there, and then they don't have to say it. And I'm thinking, just a quick little landscape spreadsheet out there. If they do call in, which if we do this policy, people probably wouldn't. I don't know. I don't see that we need to do that. The other question, I'm just going to bounce since you're up here. I'm looking at this, and in the previous one, all the policy manual stuff on the July one was redlined for everything. This one is not. Is there a reason? Are the changes made in this already?
Yes, and I can tell you what probably happened. If you do a redline version, this is kind of technical on Microsoft Word. If you do a redline version and save to PDF, it doesn't show those red lines, it just accepts them. But if you print to PDF, it shows all the red lines because you printed the document exactly as it was on the screen. If you're not seeing the red lines, that tells me that I accidentally saved to PDF instead of printed to PDF. It's a technical issue, but something we have to remember to do.
Okay, so does that mean that the changes were probably saved already?
Well, the version on my computer shows redline, and I'm happy to email out that redline version after I.
Well, I have both packs with me, so I'm doing comparison, but the other members, I'm not sure if they're able to, because I had questions, I wasn't sure, so. Okay, I'll let someone else ask some questions, so thank you.
Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. So if we were to adopt the changes tonight and people are providing the required information when they sign up, could we alter the need for when the person comes up to speak? So either the mayor's calling them up or whoever the presiding officer is for the evening, you've got the name, you're calling the person up. Could the presiding officer provide the information from sign up versus the person having to say it? And I ask that because would that create less potential disruption in our meetings? So we have a requirement for a certain set of information. People are hopefully signing up ahead of the meeting. And if not, we'll have to figure out a process for that, for people that are just showing up and signing up that night. But versus when they come up to the podium, them stating that information, you already have it. It's already been verified. You call the person's name, provide the information that was given. And in my mind, that also then gives them a few more seconds to speak. So if we're limiting to 3 minutes, then there's less time taken away from the content of what they want to say, and we're just taking that official step of providing that information. And would that require code changes as well?
That doesn't require code changes. In fact, that's how I envisioned it in my head, that they would sign up ahead of time and provide the first name, last name, and then one of the 3 required address identifiers or city identifier, if the case may be. And that sign-up sheet, that's where they write if they have a safety concern or don't want that public, so we can treat that as confidential. Then I would anticipate the clerk's office would provide it to the mayor. I think one thing we anticipated is that it's very important for city council to know what ward people are in, because they have a specific council member elected from that ward who may take a special interest in the issue they're raising. So that's what we anticipated, why that address information is important. Of course, your at-large members equally applies, but some of you are just specifically Ward 1, for example. You might want to know that this is an issue your specific constituent is facing. In that case, the mayor would not have to publicly announce anyone's address, but I would recommend we at least announce what ward they live in, if they live in Englewood or if they live outside of Englewood. And I think you're right. I think the mayor could announce their name, they come to the podium, and then as long as we have that information already, they don't have to announce it when they get here. And you're right, I think it might give people a sense of get here, figure out how to turn on the microphone, maybe get calm for a second while the mayor is speaking.
Anything else, Member Pring? No. All right, Member Ward.
The place where I'm struggling is in the claim that there's a threat or a danger of some sort. I can envision a time when the heat is high in the city and people think that expressing their opinion, whether it's a majority or minority opinion, might put them at risk. I would like to see, or if you have any suggestions on what we could do to ensure that there's an actual risk. I understand the needs of people who have been victims of domestic violence or who need to have their address kept confidential because of specific reasons, court cases or other types of things. But just having a blanket exception for someone who says, I feel unsafe, doesn't strike me as the proper policy level to keep everybody on even ground.
I understand what you're saying. But I also don't think we have the staff to be able to independently investigate everybody that claims they're a victim of domestic violence or whose life has been threatened and they have a protective order or something like that. What I envisioned is what's important for us, for our purposes, is knowing who their elected representatives are, direct elect. And that we can get from their district or their ward. I don't think we necessarily need to publicly announce what somebody's home address is. I know as somebody who's been specifically named in this meeting and in some things that can be concerning, I wouldn't want to publicly announce my address. And I have a lot of things to say too. But as a staff member, I don't have to. And so I suppose I can empathize with those people that also aren't comfortable Because I know I and a lot of people in this room get horrible threatening phone calls from people. And if people are going to call, if they knew my home address, who knows what they would do. So I can empathize with that. I think the important thing is that they do provide it, and so that we can see who their representative are, who represents them. To me, and this is a policy decision for council, but to me, it's not as important that we tell everybody in the room and everybody watching on YouTube where people live.
Okay, that makes sense to me. The other issue I have here is that we have an inconsistent standard for our public hearings in comparison to just giving general public comment. Section K of our policy manual regarding public hearings requires speakers at public hearings to provide their names, addresses, and indicate whether they're speaking for or against an issue or neutral. So there's a direct order there to provide their address for a public hearing without an exception clause. Is that supported by our code, or is there some sort of quasi-judicial legal requirement that requires that? Or is this just a difference that we can correct as we are making changes?
So I don't have the code in front of me, so I can't refer to it right from here, but I'll tell you what I think the reason is. First, we have code sections on public hearings and requirements for public hearings, including the order of hearings, and the order includes people speaking for and people speaking against. Also for quasi-judicial hearings, those are required by law. We are required to allow people to speak at those and take evidence and then make a decision based on that evidence. There is no similar requirement under the law for public comment. Public comment is only allowed if you allow it, and you decide what those parameters are if you decide to allow it, as long as it complies with the First Amendment, which generally means we can't regulate content. So
Okay, and
that's the difference.
Just to clarify, my concern is that the standard for a public hearing is stricter than what we're doing for general public comment. But as I understand, it may be supported in code, and as we look to adopt code changes, we may need to do something there. All right, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I would just like to address Member Ward's issue about people's safety. I think sometimes in the past, there have been people that come and have opinions on certain things that are opposing from other sides. And they may fear retaliation of someone that might call them or contact them. And I mean, even some of the stuff that's even gone on with council, there's been some fear here also. So that's why I think that it may not be that they've had anything ever in their history that would create that fear, but I think that, and people are entitled to their opinions and entitled to both sides of the issue. So I think that's important. And then there was, I think another thing, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but on public hearings that are especially quasi-judicial, you take an oath to tell the truth, and if there's ever an investigation, those people may be called to testify in court, and so that's why it's a legal obligation.
Yes, and they could also be charged with perjury for lying under oath during a public hearing because they're submitting testimony and evidence to City Council. So it is a much higher standard.
Right, and I mean, public, I agree with what you said, they're just giving their information so we know what area of the city they live in. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wright.
I'm going to move on to another bullet point here is the AVs. Chris Dewis showed, an audio. I believe he probably provided it to our technicians ahead of time this evening because it came up without issue. He's a visual person, he said it. There are many people here that are visual. I'm very visual. I have an issue with this not being part of what's allowed. We don't get a lot of videos that come in. I believe it was Jake Gilbert that came in with videos about native plants. And I wouldn't have understood what he was saying had I not had that visual.
Mayor, I hate to interrupt. However, is there a question? Are you getting to the question? Member Wright?
I'm trying to get to my point,
Right.
please.
Member Wright usually, she puts a little background before she asks a question,
Yes.
so.
I just want to make sure we're not breaking into discussion.
Right, yeah. I
No.
don't think we are, so.
So my question is, why do we need to get rid of AV when we get it so rarely? And like I asked Mr. Dewis earlier and probably didn't ask correctly, if we allow outside people that are presenting to council use AV, why can't we allow our residents to use AV when they're trying to make a point to their elected officials?
Is that question being, go ahead,
Well,
City
it
Attorney
just-
Niles.
Sure, I'll give you some background of some issues we faced, as well as other cities, and then why we let city contractors do it. We had some issues previously with unvetted flash drives being put into the city mainframe system that poses a security risk, cybersecurity risk. We also had some issues with a delay required by trying to then figure out how to place somebody's flash drive on our system. Generally, we had to bring up one of our IT staff to walk through that process when it wasn't provided ahead of time. We also had some issues where somebody plugged in a flash drive and all sorts of files came up on the screen. I've seen an issue in the past where a profane matter came up in a public setting in a similar issue. Somebody clicked on the wrong thing. And so that would be terrible to play on our YouTube channel if something like that happened. In addition, then we surveyed other cities to see, what do you do? Well, how do you allow AV materials? The vast majority of people said, we would never. It's public comment. People come and speak. We don't play their movie for them. This is their opportunity to speak to council. So that was the position of the vast majority of cities. In fact, I can't think of one off the top of my head that does allow anyone else to do that. And then we also looked at alternatives. What could somebody do instead of playing their video on our screen or putting up their photos on our screen? They can print the materials and hand it to city council. That's specifically allowed in the policy, and that's why it's in there. In addition, they can email to city council any video ahead of time so council can watch it, or even after the meeting as well, for that illustration that you referenced. So that was the why, but whether we should or not is up to council.
Member Wright, did you want me to weigh in as well? Because it looked like you were looking at least council to weigh
Well,
in.
yeah, I was just kind of, I do have one follow-up
ahead.
question. Is the equipment here no longer connected to everything else to protect from cyber issues?
The last time I checked, which was in April, it was connected. That because it goes on our screen and it goes on our YouTube channel, it is all connected. Our IT department has put in some walls to try to protect against that, but with the right virus, it's not completely separate, no.
Okay.
Thank you. And Member Wright, I'll just answer your question as part of discussion, so at that point, when I'm making a comment on it, so.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Anything else from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any comments? I could weigh in. So I will be in support of the changes. I can understand some of the concern from members of the public in terms of limiting public comment, but in terms of some of the items that I'm seeing here, I think it does make a lot of sense. As the city attorney did mention, we do have very lenient rules when it comes to public comment. We are not stopping public comment. We're still providing at least an hour for public comment. Some of the concerns around AVs, I don't share those same concerns, partly because we can get that information other ways. We could get a printed packet, we could get it emailed to us. I know that there's some citizens that have done that in the past. There was one that did it tonight that provided the information ahead of time, which does help to kind of look over the information. So I'm still able to see that information that they're speaking to. And there's other ways also. People are concerned about how they can address council overall, but there's still ways that they can, if they don't get on the docket for that evening, they can still reach out to us and speak to us individually, which I think does go a long way. So for me, like looking over the information, I like some of the changes that have occurred in terms of just, some of the safety concerns that people may have about providing their confidential information. I think this does sound like a better way. I didn't actually think about how Member Prang and City Attorney were thinking about providing that information. The fact that they don't even have to provide that information and I can just go ahead and just have that information ahead of time so they could just get into their talking points. I think that adds a layer of security that some may have not felt they had in the past. So I will be in support of a lot of these, and I also don't want a litmus test on what, if somebody feels that their safety is, if they're concerned about their safety, I don't want to make a decision on whether or not that's safety. I don't want to put a litmus test on it or actually just state whether or not it does qualify as a safety concern. So I'll leave it to the victim to state to us whether or not they do feel that they have some concerns. So I'm fine with the way that it's been written. So I will be in support of this tonight. All right, Member Ward.
I think there's a place in middle ground between no AV and what we do now. And that would be to require AV materials to be provided in advance to staff. We could even say 48 hours or 2 business days. So it'd be the Thursday before where we currently draw the deadline for scheduled public comment. If you have something that you want to present to council that's a video or that's a photo, I too have seen constructive use of that method. And I think even the example we saw tonight was somewhat helpful. The problem that we've had with AV is when somebody arrives 5 minutes before the meeting and then they get up to the podium and they plug in their flash drive and they can't find the right file. And we have this 5 or 10 minute long delay in the proceedings while they're trying to get their stuff together. So I would, rather than completely striking the ability of anyone to provide AV, regardless of what any other town does, strongly support a middle ground where there's some coordinated effort with staff, which typically has to take place anyway, to provide that file ahead of time so that we can queue it up when the meeting comes and display it for them. That would be one change I would make. The second thing that I wanted to address is that tonight we did hear one person say that we were restricting people to speaking once a quarter, and that claim is simply false. We saw tonight, we had, 6 speakers, something like that. If each of those speakers had 3 minutes apiece, that would be 18 minutes of the 60 minutes we're allocating for public comment. And that once every 90 days rule doesn't come into effect unless we have a full agenda of 20 people signed up ahead of you. I think this is a reasonable restriction as well. It may be inconvenient for some people who frequently like to come to our meetings and talk to us every week in a packed session when the temperature is particularly high. That would present a challenge for them because they would have to wait in line. It probably would not be a 90-day wait based upon what I've seen in the past. But I think in order to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to speak, that's helpful. I'm still having a little trouble with the 60 minutes total and the 3 minutes per speaker. I agree with some of my fellow council members that one of the primary reasons that we gather here on Monday nights is to hear from members of the public. The challenge that we've had and the challenge that I've had is that sometimes that engagement doesn't seem constructive. People can get up there and exercise their First Amendment right to say whatever they want, whether it's true or not. And based on the structure of our meetings, we don't have a dialogue with them. And the only opportunity that we have for rebuttal of any kind is often at the end of the meeting during member's choice or a week or two later after whatever was said has floated in the air in the community. And it's, at that point, it's very difficult to challenge. I don't know what the actual solution is to that particular problem, and I think I'm probably going to be in the minority tonight. with this. The last thing I'll say is that the 3 minutes per speaker, I think, is a reasonable adjustment. 5 minutes is a long time for scheduled public comment. I'd like to try this 3 minutes for everyone for a while and see how that works. So I am directly in support of that one tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this tonight. Before I was on the city council, I spent many years working in state government. I've been in a lot of committee hearings, a lot of public comment into the wee hours of the morning. I understand what that's like. But in no other political or government setting that I've ever been in have we allowed audiovisual in the way that we allow it here in Englewood. And I just want to be very, very clear. Nothing is prohibiting an individual from emailing us a video, from asking to speak to us and show us a video, from printing off pictures and having them be distributed to us when they give public comment, from emailing us photos. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for them to provide as much information as they would like, but I don't think it's an appropriate use for this space. Public comment is for individuals to come and address their city council, to address their government with anything that they would like to. It is not to give a speech to the other people who are in the room. And I think we're falling into some performative aspects of that in a way that's actually not serving the body or serving the chamber. So that's why I'm supporting that piece of this specifically. Also, Member Ward, one of the things that you have been a strong proponent of over the years I've been on this council is us doing our best work in the right hours of the evening. And typically when we hit 10, 11, midnight, we are not doing our best work. And one of the challenges we've experienced is that we don't have predictability for how long public comment will go. We don't know because then we have people, who are waiting, staff, until, or guests waiting until the wee hours of the morning to speak because they're at the end of the agenda. And by no means do I want to limit people's ability to speak to us, but I do want to create predictability so that we can run an efficient meeting. And so I think by putting some parameters around 60 minutes, it helps us understand how long the meeting's actually going to go. It helps us plan to be more efficient. And because I would never want to be in a situation where someone, comes and they're not able to speak, and then they come again and they're not able to speak. That's why I also like that if you've spoken in the last 90 days, you're not at the top of the list, to make it equitable so that everyone can actually have access to the podium, which is really important to me. So I think these are thoughtful changes. And to your point, Member Ward, I would actually like us to try them. We have done it one way for a really long time. I think this is a very worthwhile way for us to steward the chamber. And I hope it passes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with a lot of what Member Noonan-Camp said, and a lot of the sentiment that Member Ward has. The only thing I'd kind of add to this discussion on the limits around public comment is every kind of public exchange has boundaries around it. And what I think we've got into here is a way that we're increasing the equitability around those boundaries. Everybody's going to get 3 minutes, Some nights we'll have 1 or 2 people signed up for scheduled public comment, and then 5 or 6 signed up for unscheduled public comment because they didn't hear about it. They didn't know what was going to be on the agenda till the agenda came out on Thursday. They didn't have a chance to sign up. It doesn't really make sense that they would get differing amounts of time. And then along with the AV thing, this is just the skill of just just speaking in public, preparing your comments and speaking to the issues at hand with no additional screens available to you or anything like that. That's a constraint that I think is good for all of us, and that's a constraint that we also have up here on the dais when we respond as well. Is that this is a public comment? We do have a chance to respond with comments as well, and I think it's a reasonable constraint. And prevents people overusing video. Or I know there have been some times where we've had people come in and all they do is click play on a video. I think that seems strange to me for public comment to utilize it in that way. And I get why people might want to do it, but I think we're providing some nice boundaries around it while still making it equitable and making sure that week after week we're hearing from a broad swath of the community.
Member Wright.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of things that Member Ward said. The 60 minutes, I have an issue with. There is 2 times a month that the 7 of us are together that the citizens of Englewood, people that do business in Englewood, business owners, have an opportunity to come and speak with us twice a month. And we're giving them now 60 minutes. How often will it come a time where 20 people will be in here and take that 60 minutes? And granted, are we going to say 20, and this is a question, I guess, it'll be 20 people, or are we gonna do from 7 to 8 only? And by the time people come up and stuff like that, it's not gonna be 20 people. So that's a question there too, that we have to think about. Is it 7 to 8 only, or is it 20 people? Because that's 3 minutes, per person. The EV, I have an issue. We're uniquely Englewood. I hear it all the time, but yet we're mirroring ourselves on other people, on other cities. But when we want to be uniquely Englewood on other things, we're uniquely Englewood. I'm thinking of times where I have seen AV, that AV has been so effective. Perfect time was during all the rainstorms last year and the duck pond, where Mr. Dewis brought that footage where all the trees were backed up to it and you had homeless people there, and he was concerned, and it was a great visual for the city saying something needs to be done. How can someone speak what council, and I was on council at that time, was able to see, and staff even, and they were able to take action? And there are times it's appropriate. There are people that are well-spoken, and there are people that are visual. I'm a visual person myself, so EV's not used that often. I do agree if it's turned in, maybe not so much by Thursday, but maybe, by noon on Monday, because not everybody knows that they're gonna come and speak to council. But every 90 days, I don't know about that, because there's hot topics coming up. And I think that we should evaluate that. If this was last year where we had a lot of things going on, I think potentially there would be some people that wouldn't be speaking. We have the usual people that come and speak often, and that's okay. That's why we were elected. That's why we're sitting here. We chose to serve the people, and if we're not ready to do that, then we shouldn't be here to listen to them. That's our first priority. We may not agree, but that's why we're here.
Member Prang?
Thank you. I have really wrestled with these changes over time, as I'm sure some of you remember. I do think that we're at a place now where we have some sensible recommendations in front of us. First off, I want to appreciate my fellow council members in hearing some of the concerns that I had around online public comment, and even some of the discussion this evening on safety issues. I appreciate, some of your sentiments, Member Ward, and you considering, the value to express to our community that is really important to us, that your safety is really important to us. I would rather see someone misuse that piece than us as a city council not demonstrate and send a strong message to our community that safety is of utmost importance to us. So that's why I really pushed on that safety piece and was glad to see it come forward in the way that it has tonight. And I think it's a change that could potentially resonate with everyone. The 90-day piece, I'm not a huge fan of the 60-day limitation, but also, we've talked a lot about how, getting to a good result and putting some changes around things like this in place, maybe you're not going to get everything you want. And so for me, while I have a little discomfort with the 60-minute time limitation, I also do feel like implementing the 90-day rule helps with that. And while I I appreciate Member Wright's comments on the 90 days. We did have some extended conversation on this particular piece, and I feel as an at-large member, the 90-day rotation gives me more of an ability to hear from more voices. And I want to do that. I want to be able to, hear a variety of voices. And if we bump up against a time limit, at least I know that I'm hearing maybe from some voices that haven't shown up yet. And that's a great value to me. So I will be in support of this evening and just appreciate the rich dialogue that we've all had on it.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I think that one thing that was said tonight by the city attorney, really the business of the city is the people. And if we're not here to listen to what the people have to say to us, then we're wasting our time and we're wasting their time. For the most part, very few times during Code Next, we had a lot of long evenings because of public comment, but there were a lot of changes that were made and people feel very passionate about it. And people are still pretty passionate about it. We got an email just the other day about the situation over at Sam's Automotive and all the struggles that the people in that district have gone through. And for us to dismiss them, my greatest fear is some of these changes, we sit up here and think, we're doing you all a favor because we're allowing you 3 minutes to speak to us. It is, from what the citizens have gone through, I would say in the last year and a half, this will feel to them like we are limiting them and we're shutting down their right to public comment. This concerns me greatly. I am absolutely on board with what Councilmember Ward proposed about the AV and having them even have it ready a day or two before. I think that's one change that we should do. I think a couple weeks ago, the person that came from the affordable housing thing that showed the videos of the project that they're doing. You cannot give words to those pictures. And I think pictures impact things, and I think that we are doing a disservice if we remove the audiovisual thing. And I would make a motion to amend that we would put AV back in with parameters that they would need to turn it back in. I personally believe that there are some topics that you would come to speak on that it really takes 5 minutes to develop. 3 minutes is not very long. Sometimes people come and they don't even fill up the 3 minutes and sometimes they don't fill up the 5 minutes either. I personally, if we're going to change to 3 minutes, I would be okay with that. I prefer leaving it at 5 minutes, but if we change it to 3 minutes, 60 minutes is limiting it too much. And like the night that everybody came about the situation over at 5280, I think public comment went on for 2 hours. But that 2 hours, we heard all different people that rarely come, and we got a lot of information to help us make a decision. If we start limiting this and shut it down after 60 minutes, and there is an important thing that comes up, I think it's going to be problematic. So I would accept the 3 minutes for now, for temporary. But if we're going to do that, then I think we need to extend the 60 minutes perhaps to 90. But I would make a motion that we add back in, we amend it to add back in AV with the parameters that were set forth.
I'll second that.
All right, Member Russell So what were the parameters from before? I just want to make sure we're clear on the motion to amend. Was it what Member Ward stated?
Submit
Yes.
materials to the city clerk's office by close of business on the Thursday prior to the meeting.
I was gonna say, so 2 business days then. Close of business Thursday.
Could we make it Friday? I mean, that's 2 days. That would be all day Friday and all day.
If it's close of business on Thursday, it would be 2
Okay.
days.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So the motion to amend is to allow AV, but the AV has to be in by close of business Thursday. Okay, and we got a second. All right. Any comments? Go ahead, Member Ward.
Member Russell has proposed exactly what I would have proposed. I think this strikes a healthy balance between completely eliminating AV and allowing constructive use of AV where it's merited. So I'm supportive of this change.
Thank you, Member Ward. I will be opposed to this, just for the reasons that I stated earlier. I think we could still get the AV in different ways prior to the meeting through email, or or if they printed out a packet, something like that, we can get it here in person. So I would be voting against this. And with that, can we please vote on the motion to amend?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Nay.
Member Newnenkamp,
Nay.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 3 nays.
All right, thank you. Member Ward.
Member Russell spoke about the Second Amendment, which I was going to propose. When we discussed this matter in study session, I was able to successfully negotiate from 45 minutes to 60 minutes. But upon the intervening 5 or 6 months of thought, I still feel that 90 minutes is a more appropriate time frame for public comment. Again, striking a balance between a sharp cut down on public comment activity and allowing public comment when it is merited. I think our sessions where we have 90 minutes of public comment will be very rare, as we saw tonight. And so I would propose an amendment to change the 60 minutes to 90 minutes.
Point of clarification with that, as I asked previously, is that from start to finish, or is it 3 minutes of total speakers?
90 minutes total. So if you get 25 speakers in that 90 minutes, then
So
90 minutes total. And you could also get more speakers that they take less time. All right, so can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. So 90 minutes for public comment. All right. Any comments? I will be opposed to this as well. And just for clarification, to Member Wright's point. So yeah, it's going to be 60 minutes or 90 minutes total. So how many speakers you can get within that time frame, I think, is what we're going for here. But I will be voting against this. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Nay.
Member Newnenkamp,
Nay.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 3 nays.
All right. Anything else? Anyone? All right.
Go
Go ahead, Member Russell.
There is one other thing in here, and I don't know that we need to change this, that under the clarification to align with practice, eliminate conflict between municipal code and policies regarding council meeting holiday schedule. We can leave that in there as written, but I think it was brought up before. I think that city council ought to have on a study session what the holiday schedule is, because I know the holiday schedule for city employees is different than city council, and I would like for us to talk about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Russell. And yeah, I think City Manager Lewis could weigh in, but I think we're going to have a meeting on the holiday schedule in December. So we're all aware of what it is for 2025.
Okay, but I don't just want to know what it is. I want council to be able to weigh in.
Right,
about-
exactly. Yes.
Okay, all
Yes,
right.
there'll be a study session on the topic. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Member Wright.
One more. Okay, so it says provide basis for requiring name and location, clarifying will not allowed speaker if refuse. If they're doing that and they're not do we still need that if they're doing it ahead of time since they're not providing it to you?
Yes, so that's still stating if they don't provide the city clerk the address information, they won't be on the list to speak that night. That information needs to be provided to the city clerk.
Okay.
All right. Member Ward.
I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to an issue that we have struggled with, and we saw a little bit of this tonight. I think while we have this area open for discussion, we should probably take a look, or at least all come to agreement on how we handle matters related to audience conduct. We have a policy currently in place that prohibits applause. This is a policy very similar to what the General Assembly has. I have to believe that the General Assembly policy has been vetted by a team of lawyers and likely challenged from time to time. And what they do is when there are applause, they stop the meeting, they address the applause, and they will clear the chamber if that is what's required. I've had trouble over my 3 years of council service with us not drawing a hard line related to audience conduct. I think if our council policy calls for people to remain silent and not be speaking at the dais during a council session, when somebody does that, we need to address it immediately. And Mayor, unfortunately, this is a burden that gets thrust upon you, and you have to answer for your conduct related to this as the presiding official. But I will say that I think that an incident like what we had tonight, where there are applause while the mayor is trying to speak, that, in my opinion, constitutes disrupting the meeting. And we need, as a body, to be willing to back the mayor when he moves to address that. And I apologize for our failure to do that tonight, Mayor. We left you hanging out on a limb. I was waiting for this discussion to take place so that the body could come to agreement as to what we're going to do going forward, because I think this is our opportunity to decide how we address the decorum in this chamber when we're meeting.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Member Ward. And I think it is worth a discussion. I think you and I are a little bit different in that you're more black and white. The rules are the rules. The way that I kind of think about it, and tonight was one of those situations where we do have there's certain speakers that do, or certain members of the public that do come in and are disruptive meeting to meeting. But there's also times where there's people that are new to the meeting that I'm kind of just like, they either clap because they don't know the rules, and I want to be a little bit more lenient with that. But you're right that there's just, there is a hard, I need to figure out where I will be backed by members of council in terms of what we would allow. Because it is, they do have a right to come and speak. Some of them may not know the rules, but some do know the rules. And so if we can just come to a clarification on when I should just one strike and you're out kind of rule, then that's what I need to understand. But there are other times where I do see other members of the public that just don't know that they shouldn't clap, that they shouldn't be making sounds. So I need to understand that aspect of it. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was wrestling with how to back you up today. I think one of the challenges is that there were multiple people in the audience who were clapping, and I think if I think we should take our rules seriously and enforce them, but we have to enforce them equally to everybody who violates those rules. And I think that's the real challenge with new people coming in. I do think that if we have the rules, we should enforce the rules, but we need to, if we're gonna, there would have to be a time where we say, starting tonight, we are enforcing this 100%. I don't think it's gonna work to give one strike and then you're out kind of thing. I think we just need to go, I think we need to make it, this is the new expectation for the chambers. post them outside on the rules outside on a big poster, make a big announcement about it when we do it in here, and then enforce it once and say, this is the chamber. These are the rules that we operate by in this chamber, and we're going to enforce those 100%. I think that's the only way it's going to work. If we're going to enforce them, we have to be, it has to be enforced. Absolutely, really. And I know that's a challenge. I don't envy your position, and having done it, having done it when we had some rowdy public comment, I didn't live up to my expectation here of enforcing it 100%. I don't know if we're in the place to do that, but when we do, I think that's the way it's going to have to work.
Member Nunnenkamp.
I think enforcement's one of our biggest challenges, and we need to have the discussion. I don't know if this is the right time to have this discussion, because I think it's a broader thing. So this is what the policies are. I think how we enforce them is a separate one. That being said, I will just share to Member Ward's point about the General Assembly. What they have that we don't is sergeants. They have people who are responsible for walking around, for ensuring that the decorum and the rules of the room or the chamber are upheld, and they are watching, so they know who clapped, they know who didn't clap. It's very hard when you're presiding over the meeting to also be watching everything that's happening. If you're looking down taking notes, you don't know who clapped. So I think we might need to rethink how we are staffing the chamber and what that would mean if we want to take a more accountable approach, which I do support, but I think that's another conversation.
Thank you. Member Wright.
Thank you. And maybe looking at this at the opposite side, kind of, I don't know, as a parent, when you're telling somebody, don't do this, it's egging them on. So if we don't have that in place, and if somebody claps and we're saying, don't clap, it's encouraging people because they're going to push the envelope. So if we take that out, and I believe there shouldn't be yelling, there shouldn't be booing, that type of thing. It seems to be the clapping that everybody does. If we're not telling people don't clap, because we hear constantly, it's our First Amendment right, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as they're told you can't do that, it's like, let's push the envelope as far as we can. So and I agree, the assembly's much bigger, they have people to enforce it. So if you're not saying, don't do that, I'm wondering how much they're gonna say, oh, let's push this and see what we could do. Just the other flip of the coin thought.
I think we've gotten there, Member Wright, so
Yeah.
Go ahead, Member Prank.
I think those pieces should stay, and I also agree this is a separate conversation. I think enforcement as a whole, like when fellow members are stating, we should back you up, what does that look like? Like, what actions are we going to take? I would love to have a robust discussion on what us as a governing body would do in those situations to back up the mayor. So let's have a study session and talk about, like, beginning to end, what enforcement of any of these pieces would look like.
Member Russell.
I think I agree with Councilmember Wright about the clapping. Clapping is a form of approval, and I see it as part of their First Amendment rights. I think the booing and the yelling and screaming would impact the ability to run the meeting. And if people get out of line that way, they're not going, the enforcement piece would be much easier to handle because it's obvious. The clapping, we're sending mixed messages because somebody comes up that we choose to honor. And I've actually even heard you say, let's give them a hand of applause or whatever. So clapping is the only one. I mean, the other things that are in there, I don't have an issue with those things. And I think if we didn't make clapping an issue, it probably would not be an issue. And it probably wouldn't go on forever either.
Thank you, Member Russell. Usually the clapping, when I say let's give them a round of applause, is usually as part of a recognition or proclamation, that type of thing. But within public comment, there should be no clapping or any other type of gesture, I guess, as part of it. But Member Ward, go ahead.
Member Russell, can you expound on how a boo and a clap are different? I'm not understanding that concept. A clap is a show of appreciation and a boo is a show of the opposite, but ultimately they are the same conduct.
Not really, because one is affirmative and one is negative.
Yes, but they're both speech. And they're both expressing an opinion on what was done in the room.
Well, except for what happens when people boo. I've been in a crowd where the booing just takes over and it becomes so loud and oppressive that I suppose if you see it that way, but I don't see it that way, and I don't think the people necessarily see it that way either.
Okay, I won't belabor this point anymore. It sounds like we're due for a study session, so I'll leave it there.
All right, everyone. So getting back to the item at hand. So now we have a motion on the table with 2 amendments. So I think now can we please vote on the motion as amended?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
All right, thank you so much. Everyone, are we good to just keep going into, no, you need a break? Okay, just a quick 5-minute break. We could be back at 9:40. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out something.
Did you say something? And what?
Your mic.
could actually be an All right, members of council, we are now back. So we are going on to Mayor's Choice. We have an executive session tonight. So I move to go into executive session tonight for discussion of a personnel matter under CRS section 246402 4F1 for the purposes of annual employment reviews of our city attorney and city manager. Present at the executive sessions are the following people: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Noonekamp, Prang, Russell, Ward, Wright, city manager Sean Lewis, city attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, member Noonekamp. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonekamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
All right, everyone, we will now exit, we'll reconvene in the community room. Right now, we'll start off with just the 7 council members, and then we will ask, we'll call you City Attorney Niles and then City Attorney Lewis after, or City Manager Lewis after that. All right, thank you.
He can't.
All right, the time is now 11:50 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session are the following people: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Chelsea Noonan, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, Kim Rice, City Manager Sean Lewis, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I will ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, just concluding Mayor's Choice, the Englewood Block Party is this Saturday. I will be there. I will be opening the booth at 4 o'clock. I'm not sure if I'll be there most of the time. So looking forward to seeing you there from 4 to 10. So yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you very much to staff for putting that together. Anyone else for Council Member's Choice? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just have one question. I had a question this week about where a citizen could find more information on the GO bond and who pays the taxes and how. I mean, I shared with them that some of the information was in the ordinance itself, but they also would like to know where there's more information. Like, I'm assuming the businesses pay a percentage of property tax on that GO bond also. So if I could get the information, doesn't have to be right now.
Thank you, Member. Yeah, right now. Perfect. So we'll make that a council request. Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wright.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The date at least? We're good.
You good? All right. And City Manager's report.
I'll forego tonight. Thank you.
All right. And with that, everyone, the meeting is concluded.
Do we need to make an announcement? Are we doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you so much for that. So, yes, Member Russell, someone still is awake. We're going to have a special meeting next Monday to conclude the executive session for the personnel matters regarding annual reviews for the city attorney and city manager. So we'll look to get that on the calendar. I was looking at the calendar. It looks like pretty busy already, but potentially we may have to get that on there. But go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
I was scheduled for a study session on city right-of-way, and we could push that to the second meeting in September to free up some time for next week. If you do want to announce a special meeting for purposes of executive session tonight, then staff wouldn't have to follow the process to announce it and deliver notice later.
So we want to announce it, but potentially we still may not be able to find the time though, right? So,
If I move the study session, we have the time.
okay, well, let's do, what's that? Yeah, so yeah, we'll go ahead and, so special meeting next Monday night for the executive session. All right, thank you very much, Member Russell, for catching that. And with that, the meeting is now concluded. Everyone have a great evening.